The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. And season's greetings to everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas day, some good family time, eat up a lot of cake, drink your sorrel, and do the usual customary Christmas stuff that we Jamaicans always indulge in at Christmas time. But you know, some of it you don't overindulge in. All right, so thank you guys for tuning in as usual. Make sure when you come in, please thumbs up the live. We don't ask so much, just thumbs up the live. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic, a dictator in the making. And we have Melting Pot with us in studio, as well as Pastor Ricky. He's having some internet issues. So as soon as he starts that out, he's going to rejoin us. And also your host, Byron and Marie. So let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Doris McCoy, Shrug Life, Patel Crookshank, Bloomy Coleman, Yvonne Johnson, Falmouth Girl 2, Damian Goth, Truck Life is saying Merry Christmas again there. Right. MacArthur, Cynthia B, our channel member, one of our channel members. And remember, guys, the channel membership is still open, so you can give us additional support.
Yes, interview. So Byron, you're celebrating Xmas. Cynthia.
Beverly Edwards, Leighton Brown, Brittany L, and Freedom. Welcome, Douglas. Welcome. Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Byron. You should have given away a Christmas present.
All right. Let's interview. Big up yourself. You know what things said. All right.
One sec. Cecilia Burnett, Eileen Francis, Black Beauty. Welcome.
All right. Once again, big thanks to all of our subscribers who have been with us from beginning. And for new subscribers that's signing on, we want to say a big thanks. We love you, right? We are all just one, brothers and sisters, and that's why we are fighting hard. Here in studio, we have, of course, none other than my brother, Titan Blood, right? The melting pot in studio tonight. It seems like Pastor Ricky having some technical difficulty, and so then he will join when he started out that. So tonight is going to be intriguing as usual, and tonight we are going to do some deep dive as well, right? I want to, make mention of, my brother Melting Pot, right? He will be, doing his new channel, right? And please, I want for when time Melting Pot, right? Bring about that channel. We support him, right? Go over, we subscribe to him, right? And we welcome the brother Melting Pot, you understand, to begin the journey. Another soldier in the camp, right? On the mission as it relates to good governance. And you know how it goes, right? When we are here in this space, right? Definitely fighting for good governance. I want to say this though, that here we are, right? Dealing with a situation where we have our government, and this is no secret. It is, widely spread all over the globe as it relates to Andrew Holness, level of governance. And let me say this, Jamaica, because not to, give it any form of scare factor, but we have to speak reality. And if, for you to be coming to our platform, right, you are coming, right, because you want to have the facts delivered to you. And I'm not going to pretty up anything as it relates to certain statistics that we have looked on, right? The Jamaica Statistic Institution Institution statistics, right? The BOJ statistics. And let me say this clearly, that Jamaica economy is not looking good. Is not looking good. And let me add this. The primary reason as it relates to the predicament that we are in is the high level of corruption. People, it is not normal. It is not normal. The thing is more serious, right, than what we're really talking about. And it is a disgrace, right? Andrew Holness administration is in a conundrum, right, where corruption, right, that we are dealing with, right? So we are going to go through, right, the clips. We are going to be showing the evidence. And in spite of what Andrew Holness is saying, in spite of what Andrew Holness administration is trying to do, the PR, the telltale sign of the truth is catching up on Andrew Holness, right? BOJ, the truth about what is going on BOJ, doesn't want to release the information. Let me say this. BOJ is spending millions of dollars to keep up the Jamaican dollar. Billions of dollars, right? It is breaking away. And the primary situation is that we have a government, we have a kleptocratic government, a government that deep in corruption. And that is the main factor, right, that happened to the economy today. In spite of how, when we see that $3 trillion, right, as it relates to the Auditor General, right, made that finding that $3 million unaccounted for, and the JP administration want to suppress the information, right, in saying that, okay, that need to be corrected, right, because there are some ministries that don't, their appropriation account, right, has not yet been submitted. Let us stop the foolishness. Let us cut the bullcrap. The bullcrap that needs to be cut is to the fact that going 10 years, these ministries have not submitted any appropriation account. So don't tell us any lies and any PR that we are anticipating, right, for appropriation account to be tendered by some of these ministries. Right? Andrew Holness, time is catching up on you. And what we are going to reveal tonight is the level of corruption. Before we go into tonight's show, right, I want to warn all Jamaicans, because we love a Jamaican brother now, we love a Jamaican sister, right? I am here in Canada as a citizen via naturalization. So then you must understand how it goes. I am saying no way, no better than yard. Right? And I am here in Canada. And I am not choosing Canada over my little Barnia land. So me have to fight for. Even although I am a Canadian citizen, me have to fight for Jamaica. Because Jamaica me born there. And no government can run me out. But here in Canada, I'm a naturalized Canadian citizen. And so then me have to defend my territory when I'm born and grow. And I have to defend my people. Right? And I can't put Canada, in spite of, yes, Canada nice and Canada this, there's no way, shape or form, I'm going to put Canada over my little rock. So me just say, you come here, so. You understand? Melting pot, there you so. Ricky there, so Pastor Ricky there, so to defend the piece of rock there. And we love our brother and sister. We don't want no advantage. You understand, as it relates to any government who believe that they can abuse our people. We are going to defend it, heart, soul, and body. Because guess what? Jamaica is my home. I don't care about anybody else, who want to abandon Jamaica, You understand? Me to speak to myself and the way how I feel about Jamaica. Jamaica are my place at Demiban, and I have to protect it. Now, we are going into this festive season, and I want to warn all my Jamaican brothers and sisters to party responsibly, right? Because I see something on TikTok, and I have to clip it to show it that, listen to me, don't be irresponsible. Right? And I want to show it. We want to, if you are going to party, please go there and party responsibly. Right? And remember, safety first. If there's a situation that you doubt, right, that you are in any form of, questioning about the safety, stay home, right, and party inside. But the essence of my argument tonight is for you to party responsibly. Let me show you a clip while I'm asking my Jamaican brothers and sisters to party responsibly. Without any delay, honey, bring up this clip. This drunken man here. You understand? We can't be behaving like this. We have to be responsible, man. You understand? Be responsible, particularly when you're an adult and you are setting example, right, for your children to follow. You don't want to see your children. You don't want your children to see you into that predicament at all. Right? Be responsible and be respectable, man. All right, so without any delay, let us show that clip.
Look what you make it rum, do you?
Blood clotting.
Eh? Those are me sick and tired now.
Oh, shit.
So somebody, if you can take up you again. What? We take you up from January, nobody December, till we will still take you up. No, man, look what this is now.
Yeah, boy.
Let me not know what we do for this, man, yeah, man.
Blood
Make the goat them walk over in round. Watch how the goat them afraid to pass. Pick up yourself. Pocket come out.
Yeah, boy.
Then throw out some of my money and tear one. Then take away your money.
The blood clot, the pussy clot.
Eh, think you even turn.
Oh, my God.
My God. I read them at and I have bed sore coming and take him up. Eh. He can't turn up. He can't turn up. Look at to Reddy's Road.
Blood.
Hold up on that post there. Make the post be your best friend. Blood clot. Look here now. Somebody tell me now.
All right, my Jamaican people. I am saying if you're a party responsibly, and don't make the post be your best friend. Now, that being said, let me just give the space to, of course, Pastor Ricky to meet and greet his people before we begin our program. Pastor Ricky.
Hold on, you're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Good night again, everyone. Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, Melting Pot from the UK, all the ones in the chat, and those who will be listening in the future. Happy New Year when it comes. I'm grateful to be here. I'm in my studio. I don't know what's going on with my computer. So my green screen doesn't mean I'm a laborite. It means that I'm my recording studio. So I just want to get that out there. Yeah, could never be a laborite. Yeah, I have to always, because I could never be a laborite, especially in these times we're living in. So I'm glad to be here, and thanks for having me.
Yes, you're welcome. All right. My Titan blood brother, right? Melting pot. So we know a fire tonight, you know. All right. Meet and greet your people, Melting Pot.
Yeah, man. Just want to extend, a warm festive greetings to everyone out there. And the ultimate, word that I want to get to you out there is just be safe, be good, enjoy the festive season, look after yourself, show love and respect to your fellow men, brothers, sister. I mean, just respect and love overall. And just have an aim in mind for the new year, 2025. So that's a word that I want to, give to the listeners out there. I want to also thank you, Brother Byron, for endorsing the new upcoming platform, Melting Pot. It will be in inauguration in the first week in January. So, I look forward to being in the space, bringing to the people the true facts and the dilemma as it surrounds Jamaica. That's all for the time being. And the back over to Brother Byron.
Well said,
Congratulations, my brother.
Exactly.
Yes, Pastor Ricky.
And of course, we are looking forward to fully support you on Melting Pot. You're right. So there's no worries there, right? We'll be definitely endorsing you and supporting that platform as soon as that platform being established. Now, Jamaica, let me talk to my people. Now we have seen that the Jamaica Labour Party administration is rushing, right, a constitutional reform. And obviously, I love how the People's National Party Comrade leader Mark Golden is quite alert, very much alert. And that's what Comrade leader Mark Golden said, right, that we need to, if we are going to do constitutional reform, we don't need to do it in bits and pieces. But let me say this as it relates to Andrew Holness' administration, right? You rushing constitution reform in order to protect yourself and to evade prosecution. It is not going to work. And while you are try shaping the constitution, and I'm not lying, I'm not trying to, just putting negative pokes at the JLP administration. I'm talking the natural facts. The natural facts. And where you have other persons identify that you are shaping the constitution as it relates to wanting, right, to hold on to power, right, to avoid prosecution. We know that's what you're doing, Andrew Holness. And we are watching you keenly in the space, right? Others are watching you keenly. We have seen the sign, we have seen the red flags, of your dictatorship principles that you apply. And guess what? We have seen how you have breaching the Constitution, right? Wanting to do your thing and not having the opposition include in the process. Because simply why? The opposition is not in agreement in terms of certain things that you have been doing. Now you are doing a constitution reform. And one of the things based on what we have seen, what we have witnessed as it relates to the level of corruption, you don't see it fit to have an impeachment clause put into the Constitution. You don't see it fit to have an impeachment clause. So the sort of governance that you are operating is to leave checks and balance out of the window. And so then, of course, you and your minion, you understand, can proceed with your illicit enrichment without any checks and balance. Because we have seen the clear attempt that you had made, right, asking the judge as it relates to one of your orders, wanting the judge, right, to crush the Corruption Act. So let me ask you, Andrew Holness. And I want to tell the people this, and that's why we are going to show certain facts tonight. That on the corruption index, let me talk to my people. Tonight. The corruption index, as it relates to 2009 specifically, Jamaica fall as it relates to falling to 39 on the corruption index during the Bruce Golding era. Now remember, on the corruption index, the way how corruption is measured, let me explain it to the people so the people understand, because I don't want to speak over my people head, right? We don't come here for that. We want, when we finish, people understand what we are saying. How the corruption index measure corruption, right, worldwide, is that anything below 50 is recognized to be highly corrupt. Highly corrupt. Anything above 50 is recognized to be okay, right? So bear that in mind. During the Bruce Golding era, Jamaica had reached its worst on the corruption index. The worst on the corruption index. This is not Mystic Sensation. Is just saying this, and that's why we bring the evidence tonight. We want to show people as it relates to the JLP administration. The worst. It is and I'm going to tell people, right? When we said that Mark Golding, let me say it tonight. Let me say it with all vigor. Let me say it with all confidence. That Mark Golding, right, is a blessing to us. No apology. Mark Golding is a blessing to Jamaica people. Many Jamaicans don't even know that when Jamaica hit, right, that low on the corruption index, it was Mark Golding who had drafted the Integrity Commission Act, drafted the Integrity Commission Bill. Let me say it correctly, sorry. It was Mark Golding. Mark Golding inspiration, right? As an inspirative leader, knowing that Jamaica cannot continue like this. Jamaica need to let go of the corruption. Mark Golding, who drafted the Integrity Commission bill, and when it passed, Jamaica lifted from 38 to 44 on the corruption index. And from ever since Mark Golding, right, through his inspiration had done that, Jamaica cannot move and advance beyond 44 on the corruption index. That document I have, that document I'm going to share with the people. So for all those who, you understand, it out against Mark Golding, and because, obviously because he's white, right? And racial comments and all of that, we are going to break it down for the people. Mark Golding is more black, right, than many of us, right, who complexion, right, being black. And I'm not being, you know, I want to discuss in a form of racial thing, but I'm talking about Mark Golding love and care, good governance, vision for Jamaican people to have a solid country. Mark Golding, right? Let me feel proud in my heart. I see today that we have a Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Traoré, right? Who is fighting for his people. And Ibrahim Traoré give me that strength. And I see, of course, it is good over evil. Now tonight, let us begin our first documentation as it relates to other onlookers, other persons who are curious, persons from the academia, persons who highly qualified, highly educated, saying to Andrew Holness, don't go there, and saying to us all that Jamaica, be careful, look at all the signs as it relates to what Andrew Holness is doing. Be mindful, be wary, be alert, making sure that we are watching every movement as it relates to Andrew Holness, decided him and his 48 as a result of their corruption, their evil. Now, let me say this, my people. The level of evil that Andrew Holness pronounced on us is unbelievable. But before I get deep tonight, let me present that documentation, right? That Mystic Sensation is not speaking loosely. We are speaking facts tonight, and we are educating our people. Now, after I present this document, I'm going to ask, right, my panel of distinguished gentlemen, right, to make, right, their comment on that.
One.
So, okay, without yeah, just one second. Let's bring up that document on it.
Okay.
Aiden, come for what you want, Aiden. Just bring up that document. Aiden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you need?
Yeah. Bring up that document for me. Just take up what you want.
Which one I want?
Okay. Jamaica now. Sorry for that, my listeners. Let us get into it.
Before Byron starts reading, I just want to say happy birthday to Real Black Woman. Hope you're enjoying your Earth Strong so far. Wishing you many, many more happy birthdays to come. And people in the chat, please wish Real Black Woman a happy birthday. Today's her birthday.
All right, Real Black Woman, get it from, of course, Byron, of course, big up on your birthday, right? We love you. You're part of the family, right? And we wish you many, many birthdays to come, as what the wifey said. Now, so I want to take my people through this document as it relates to the awareness that we want to build tonight, right, for our people to be alert as it relates to the Andrew Holness administration. We don't care what the millions want to say. And for persons who want to defend Andrew Holness and all of them who are defending Andrew Holness, we know for sure that they have been benefited out of the trough. So we know the reasons as to why they are defending Andrew Holness, because they are getting the benefits. So let me talk to my Jamaican people, right? My brothers and sisters. Now let us read. Peter Espute proposed constitutional dictatorship. And this is somebody from out of the academia. Published Friday, December 20, 2024. Now let us look at some of the concern as it relates to Peter Espute. Peter Espute says, right in the subheading, if the oldest government has their way, republic we technically might become, but in reality, it will be a constitutional dictatorship with the prime minister as the dictator. Let us look at why that Peter Espute, right, would have come to this conclusion. Now, those who study the history of any country recognize that certain events are turning points, taking the country in a different direction, whether for good or bad. In Jamaica's case, over the last 200 years, we can identify 5 major turning points as it relates to Jamaica history. Let us go through the 5 major turning points. Now, bulletin point number 1, let us begin 1834/1838. So between the period 1834 to 1838, what happened? Emancipation and full freedom for the enslaved. In 1865, the Morant Bay Rebellion leading to a new constitution wherein Jamaica was ruled directly from London as it relates to, in bracket, Crown Colony. Bulletin point number 3, in 1884, a new constitution was given to Jamaica wherein pure Crown Colony rule was replaced by a council composed of 9 elected members and 9 nominated by the governor, who was shared with both a casting vote and a veto. Only people with property could vote. So we are talking about the progression of time and the transition that we have made until now. Now in 1944, a new constitution was given under universal adult suffrage, right? Now, in 1962, right, when we gained our independence, a new constitution was given as Jamaica has granted political independence with the British monarch as head of state. The lower house is elected while the upper house, the Senate, is appointed. Now let me just do some lamentation on this, right? And so then for those, right, somewhat who want to say, yeah, in some certain of technical terms that we sovereign, but when we look on the Maroons, right, and how the Maroons had established themselves under the treaty, we rightly can say that the Maroon, right, is a sovereign entity. And I just want to point out that, right? But Jamaica, here it is, 1962, a new constitution was given as Jamaica is granted political independence with the British monarch, if you notice, with the British monarch as head of state. That is important. That is important. So then for persons who believe that you are fully sovereign, no. It is saying that political independence with the British monarch as head of state. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us make that clear. The lower house is elected while the upper house, the Senate, is appointed. Right? So that is clear let us understand our politics in terms of our politics, right, being utilized. So normally, in terms of when, you know, laws need, bill need to put in laws, it first goes through the lower house and then to the Senate, right? And so then the process and where, right, it goes to the Prime Minister and then, of course, to the Governor General who sign off to ascend it, right? That is the process. So let us understand that. Now let us read on. The plan of the present Holness government is that 2025, people will need to listen to this. This is very important. Will be a 6th major turning point in 200 years as Jamaica is to again get a new constitution. New constitution. The trouble is, whereas previous epochs generally led to political progress, the present proposal represents a backward step towards dictatorship. People, I want you to understand that clearly in terms of what we are discussing tonight with the Andrew Holness-led administration. And this person is calling a spade for spade, which must be strenuously resisted. Jamaica will need to be alert as it relates to what Andrew Holness, right, has been doing. And he's doing it in plain sight. Plain sight. Now we are going to read along. Last Tuesday, the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs tabled the Constitution Amendment Republic Act 2024 in the Parliament intended to abolish the constitutional monarchy and transition Jamaica to a republic. Now, full stop. Now, if the Holness government has their way, republic we technically might become. But curiosity, concern. But in reality, it will be a constitutional dictatorship with the Prime Minister as the dictator. Why did the writer allude to this conclusion? No, alluding under the subtopic, let us go there. If there is anything worse than the two major political parties colluding on the type of constitution that solidifies their serial hegemony, it would be for the ruling party to do a power grab and have it their way and their way alone without any meaningful consultation. That is where we are. So what they are saying, that they are doing a constitutional reform and leaving out the masses of the people, right? When we are doing a constitutional reform, the Constitution, as I know it in my perception, is the bloodline of a society. Those are the laws that govern and supersedes any other laws. So the Constitution covers the entire Jamaican society. It is the number one law, the primary laws of the land, and supersede any other law. Let us get that clear. And so then, when we have a constitution reshaping, reforming, or whatever, it has to be done in the interest of the people. That is what this paragraph is saying. Let us move on. A government committed to true democracy would have been carefully to set up a constitutional reform committee, truly representing the Jamaican people, as I said, which would then conduct widespread public education on the options and public consultation to find out what the people wanted. As I mentioned, you could tell that something was wrong when the minister chose who would represent the church, youth, and civil society. The party in power already knew the type of constitution it wanted. So there was no need for public education or consultation. Now let us go now. Once I heard that strategy, the government was pursuing was a two-phase approach. We are in phase 1. People, I want you to listen now. People, listen. We are in phase 1. Only matters to do with removing the British monarchy as head of state. We are under discussion with all other matters left for phase 2. Let us get into it, people. I was convinced that generalship was at work big time. Andrew Holness administration, Marlene Malawi Fort. I was right! An exclamation sign. Paradigm must give the ruling party all the power it needs to make the other changes it wishes without the concurrence of the opposition. You see, where the incumbent government is breaching the Constitution. What he said that follows, that is real dictatorship! In exclamation sign. Let me read back that over for anybody who will miss it. I was right. Phase 1 must give the ruling party all the power it needs to make other changes it wishes without the concurrence of the opposition. So without having dialogue with the opposition, without the opposition come on board, they want to do their own thing, pushing out phase 1 to give them ultimate power to do the changes in phase 2. And that's why we said kudos to Mark Golding to be alert and know that Mark Golding is saving us. Mark Golding is saving us from a dictator in making. So now people, you understand why I have that thumbnail there. A dictator is in making. That is real dictatorship. Let us move on, my people. This approach requires the bare minimum of consensus, only on the matters requiring a referendum. The opposition and civil society are asked to support the removal of the monarchy with no guarantees or even serious discussion about other important matters that the ruling party could push through parliament without any consensus. People don't hear that. People don't want to hear that. They want to hear that. At that point, not even the opposition would have any leverage to prevent the ruling party amending the Constitution to give themselves more power. That is generalship. You hear that, people? Right? We don't hide nothing from the people. We are giving the information. We want our Jamaican brothers and sisters to be alert and understand what Andrew Holness is doing. All the sake to avoid prosecution because of the level of corruption that Andrew Holness administration involved. So Andrew Holness now want to what? Burn down the Constitution to avoid prosecution. Now, real power. Let's just go on to that subheading. Now, the real power of the opposition party is felt when the constitutional amendment requires a 2/3 majority in the Senate. Presently, the upper house is configured in bracket 13 government and 8 opposition, right, senators, such that at least one opposition senator must break ranks and vote with the government. This is the major safeguard, as that will be rare. Any party wishing to be dictatorial must eradicate this safeguard. The new constitution does so with finesse. In the Senate of the proposed Republic of Jamaica, the government shall nominate. Now, look how Andrew Holness bright and feisty. Now, Jamaican people, let me tell you something. This man needs to be disciplined. This man outrightly disrespecting the Jamaican people, my God. Out of order. But I'm telling you, I take this very personal, now, people. To know that Andrew Holness is attempting what I'm going to read. Eh? To hoodwink the opposition.
and manipulate. All because, Andrew Holness, you have corrupted yourself. You have corrupted yourself, so you decided now to challenge and reshape the Constitution to defend your criminality and to avoid prosecution. Now, if the people don't know and who want to support you, make them go along to support you. You are doing this to avoid prosecution. Now, in the Senate, let us read people. In the Senate of the proposed Republic of Jamaica, the government shall nominate now 15 of the 27 senators, with the opposition nominating 9. It's an out order. It's an out order and bright. And the president appointing 3 of his choice. So then let me make the people understand. So right now, when the government shall nominate 15 of the 27 senators, right? With the opposition that's nominating 9, right? And you add that 15, and with the 3 that you are going to give the president is going to always vote parallel with you. And so then you reach a 2/3 majority. This is dictatorship, Andrew Holness. Who you take for idiot? Eh? Who you take for idiot? Now, look at these people. It will be easy for the government to win a 2/3 majority vote, 18 to 9. My God, Andrew Holness, let me tell you something. And you say you love Jamaican people. Eh? This is what Jamaican people voted for you for, Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness, let me ask you a question. Is this what Jamaican people voted for you for? So that you and Mother Ford want to rub a hole over the people's eyes? You understand? To become a dictator in our country because of your corruption. You want to malign and manipulate our people, set back our people into slavery, sell out our beach properties, give it all to your friends and families, running $470 million. Right? That's why tonight, you know, I send for my Titan brother and Pastor Ricky. You know, you think tonight you are easier, out and bright. If all of the president's 3 Senate appointees vote with the government, which is only to be expected, then he gained the 2/3 majority. Take it away, let me talk to my people. That's why we are here in social media space. We are not going to allow the Jamaica Labour Party administration to own the people of Jamaica. And I tell you, I will fight vigorously for my brothers and sisters. I will defend my brothers and sisters by any means necessary. Andrew Holness, you are not going to get away with this. And once again, we are happy for Mark Golden to be on the alert. Now, let me yield back. Pastor Ricky, please come in and speak.
Thank you. Well said, well presented, well done. Facts cannot be denied. A famous opposition leader said last year, Comrade Leader Mark Golden, in his corruption speech, which is one of the most powerful speech I've heard since JFK, said that ask not what you can do for your country, ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? And it's just as powerful as Dr. King's speeches, I Have a Dream, during the civil rights era. So Comrade Leader Mark Golden's speech was, a corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, then the whole entire river is also corrupted. One of the most powerful speech I've heard since those 2 other speeches I mentioned. And I was so inspired by that, I add to it, a dishonest government cannot tell the people the truth. If the head of the government is dishonest, then the whole entire government is dishonest also. So when we look at the CR that was drafted this spring past, Malafool and the Prime Minister collaborated and create a document, which in my opinion, and many who read it, it's a get out of jail free pass.
Yeah.
The and the document, it stated that the ceremonial governor general will be appointed as the ceremonial president, but that is not true. One of the things that we know that the prime minister and his cronies, once they lose the upcoming general election, they're all vulnerable, and they know that. So in their criminal minds, with their criminal intent, he's going to be appointed if it goes to pass, which it will not, because Comrade Leader Mark Golden, big up yourself. I'm so glad. You know, Comrade Leader Mark Golden was a corporate lawyer, and he understands the legal language, and he knows the legal ramifications that signing this document will be a disaster, as you eloquently just pointed out, even for the opposition party in the parliament. So he read the document, and the minute he saw the generalship, the lies and the deceit in the language, he rejected it. And so we applaud him for that, because if he had went along with it, we would have lost Jamaica. It wouldn't be the same Jamaica we have today, because when you look at how they said the ceremonial president will be appointed by the prime minister, and he was going to make the governor general become the ceremonial. We have no evidence that that will happen. How many times has this prime minister said that he's going to do something, but he never did exactly what he said? So he has a credibility issue. So we can't trust him and take him at his word to do exactly what he said or promised to do. Well, he said he doesn't make promise. He makes commitments. Right. Thank you. So when you look at this position of the president will be above the law. And Jamaica is a country that is guided by the rule of law and a constitution. And the constitution is the supreme court of the law. But currently, the governor general, as my General Rattigan teach on last year, is serving at the pleasure of the king, and he cannot be taken to court in Jamaica. So the same privileges that this governor general is enjoying right now, the ceremonial president will be enjoying that. So the current prime minister can appoint himself as president, and he cannot be prosecuted. So all of these charges from the IC reports and FID, when they come up with finish their investigation, and tax administration of Jamaica, TAJ, all of that will be null and void.
Definitely.
So the strategic move of him is to rush this thing through to be able to escape, like you said, prosecution. The next thing that we have to remember with this CR is that we don't vote for prime minister in Jamaica to be the head of the government in Jamaica. We know the king is the head of state, but we're talking about the head of government.
You're right.
The prime minister is appointed by the party that wins the majority seat in the parliament. So Jamaica needs to get away. If they say they want to get away from the colonials' policies and rules and guidelines, then Jamaica needs to have a executive president, so that the people, just like in America, can vote for who they want to represent them as the head of state. So appointing a president ceremonially is just, to me, the same as the Westminster system that we currently have with the governor general. The next point I wanted, in the CR, the elections will not do till every 7 years. That was in the proposal of the CR, which means that if it was signed, let's say next month, God forbid, I know it won't, but I'm just using an example, then they can say we're no longer operating under the old constitution that duly constitutionally requires an election every 5 years. The new document or the new constitution is going to propose having an election every 7 years. So in this criminal mind, you cannot, this prime minister cannot be trusted. So he can say now, we have a new constitution and I'm the president. So therefore, forget about the 2025 elections. And so we're not due for an election according to the new constitution till 7 years, because it's supposed to be every 7 years. He can do that and get away with it. So that means Jamaica will not have a general election till 2032.
Yes.
So, you know, they're criminals. So criminals, you have, in order to trap criminals in their criminality, you have to start thinking the way they think. So the next thing about this CR is that, as you mentioned, the president will have 3 votes, with the government 15. So that means the opposition will just be sitting there like sitting ducks, in the parliament would not be able to block any legislation or constitutional amendment, because they wouldn't have, they will be stripped of their voting powers and vote. So why have an opposition if they won't be effective? So I'm sure when Comrade Leader Mark Golden read the CR that Malaful and them proposed, he recognized these traps, these pitfalls, that they were out to destroy the opposition, and they will be the reigning party for 7 years to come with no checks and balances, no guardrails, and they can do whatever they want. And then the last point I want to make is that it's no guarantee that they will have a phase 2, even though we know it has to go to a referendum to the people. But Barbados promised to do a referendum to the people, and they did not. So we are not guaranteed that all the fundamental charters of rights in Section 3 of this current constitution that give us the right to freedom of speech, freedom to gather, and that's peaceful protests, and the freedom of movement, and some other liberties that we're currently enjoying, like the police can't take your cell phone and say, I'm gonna search it, because that's unconstitutional. We are not guaranteed that all these freedoms, liberties, rights that we currently have, that they will have a phase 2. The phase 1 right now that they're proposing, it's about the government. It's not about the people. And so we have to be careful. And thank God for Comrade Leader Mark Golden and his team that sat on the Constitutional Reform Committee. Because if they did not read, that's why reading is fundamental. That's why we have to read. And when we read, we have to understand and interpret what we're reading. Because I read it and I saw these things, plus General Rattigan went over it and you went over it as well. So thank God for these programs that's educating the people. So that's my contribution to this segment. Thank you so much.
Right, well said. You know, and I like how you definitely articulate that, right, to the people in terms of better understanding, right?
Yeah.
And again, we appeal to the alertness of the opposition to identify these things and really didn't make allow it to slip through the cracks. Else Jamaica would be in poo-poo, right? But we glad for that. And again, I said we thankful for Mark Golden. Having said that, let us allow our Titan brother, Melting Pot, say your piece.
Yes, my brother. You know, what can I say about such a powerful delivery from Pastor Ricky?
Yes.
And also from my Titan brother Byron.
Blessings.
So I don't have to even touch the Constitution on that topical side.
Yes.
What I'm going to do now is move the motion to a higher level, where I will come in with a fire now.
Right.
Because under no circumstance, any well-thinking Jamaicans would have given Andrew Holness the privilege to even look at the Constitution, much less to touch the Constitution. Because he's not credible when it comes to law. You understand? What he's credible at is corruption. So I find it, baffling why a prime minister who has no credibility, who doesn't have the support of the people in his country at its current time, because of his greed, glut, and malicious way of robbing Jamaican society of its taxpayers' money. Be even thinking about changing the constitution. Because the vision that Andrew Holness have for Jamaica is non-existent as it relates to developing the country and moving the country forward to give the people in the country a better life. So there will be nothing in the constitution to enhance the people's life in Jamaica. The constitution will be designed to protect Andrew Holness and all his criminal activities and the people who are around him who are practicing the same criminal activities. So Andrew Holness' way of, getting out of this mess that he is in is to rig a constitution that will give him the leverage that he needs to govern and rule Jamaica. And under that portfolio, all that he has done in the past would be washed away like, when a flood come and move everything and clean the landscape again. Now we have so much at stake that Andrew Holness have to give account for. And so to speak, there is no way that Comrade Mark Golding would have, just go ahead and sign a constitution that Andrew Holness and his hierarchy come up with. Because these people never come up with anything, beneficial to the country, It's all about ripping off Jamaica. It's all about enriching themselves. It's all about working as a government, but also working as a construction developer. These people don't have any time for running the country properly. So what we're looking at now, 2024, a very disastrous year for Andrew Holness and the Labour Party as it relates to all the controversy that surround Andrew Holness. Controversy that mount higher than the highest mountain, which is Mount Everest. Because when you look at $3 trillion unaccountable, cannot be found anywhere, but they are using a reference term that, the various agencies have not concluded their auditing as yet. But we're going back as far as almost 10 years. So we know we have people that's supposed to preside over these things, like the permanent secretary. So we expect if our government is running the country properly, all the mechanism would be in place to have the audit of every department ready to be audited by the auditor. So under no circumstance we go and take such a frivolous, speech from the Prime Minister when it comes to the $1 trillion them are missing, when it comes to SSL, when it comes to the crime upsurge, when it comes to the high austerity measure, when it comes to the hospital sector, everything fall under Andrew Holness' umbrella. So if you are not a good leader, you can't touch a constitution. That is my perspective view and the whole saga. Why is he pushing for the constitution to change? That we move away from the monarchy as the head of the state and, move in a direction seeking to have a president, and to become republic, and then give him as a criminal all the power that he want to run the country as a dictator. We could never fall for that as a nation. So we're here tonight now trying to, break it down as, simple as possible to the people out there. Because we want the man even at the grassroots area of Jamaica if you can't understand the message tonight. Andrew Holness is the worst prime minister ever to take office in Jamaica. Andrew Holness' government is the most corrupted government ever preside over Jamaican affairs. Andrew Holness have a DPP is the worst DPP in the history of Jamaica. Andrew Wallace, Commissioner of Police, that in my point, is the worst Commissioner of Police ever in a Jamaica. So when you look upon those mechanisms, even the finance minister, where my point, are the worst finance minister ever even sitting. The worse than Adesha, the worse than Edward Siaga.
Exactly.
Because this man sell Jamaica down a slippery slope to the IMF. And this is why Jamaican people life are so binded by austerity measure. The austerity measure around the people in Jamaica now coming like barbed wire. It a squeeze and it a juke at the same time. There's no getting out of this austerity measure because what Andrew Wallace administration have done over the years, they have burdened Jamaica taxpayers with high inflation as it relates to their borrowing, because that's what you get when you go and you borrow from IMF or the World Bank. You have to have austerity measure that it's going to rise the inflation. Now, what that does to the people in the country, it stagnates them. The people cannot grow in the way that they want to grow. You're working every day and you can't see what you're working for. But you have a little cliques in the society who are super rich, whose wealth cannot be traced. It's untraceable. So, purely from that point of view, what we have to focus on right now is to remove Andrew Wallace-led government from the office of the Prime Minister and from controlling the parliament in Jamaica. If we don't accomplish that in the coming months, then Jamaica doomed. And that is no two ways to look at it. Jamaica will be doomed because right now the country is in a recession. And the recession stemmed from the fact that poor administration and the previous finance minister and the misappropriate of the country funds. Because we are seeing where they show up the foreign net reserve and they come out and they make a big speech. First in the history, Jamaica have 5.9 billion US sitting down. But the 5.9 billion US is where they borrow from the IMF. That has to be paid back with interest. So that is nothing to come out and, make a PR about. Because making that PR is not giving the people any satisfaction. Because the people are not benefiting from that $5.9 billion that they have sitting on. Because where are the manufacturers to give the people them work? Where are the agency that the people them can go and get help and assistance from as it relates to developing their life in the various communities? Rather is not looking after the farmer. The hospital is not caring for the people. The education sector popped down. The police, them are rogue, majority of them. The good ones, them know themselves. So it's not a broad paintbrush I'm using tonight. But I just have to make it clear as it relates to what we see going on 2024, where we see a whole heap of gruesome state killing that been carried out by members of the security force who should be there to protect, serve, and reassure. But we're not getting that. We see our policemen now, we can't even recognize them. They're all in balaclavas. They have knapsack on the back. I've never seen that anywhere in a first world society. They have 2 sidearm and 1 machine gun. But they don't have any body camera. So when I look at even the uniform and what this regime has done to make the police force look like a military, I'm thinking to myself, where is he going with the country? I'm looking at straight dictatorship.
Exactly.
When you look and you see him as the first prime minister ever to travel to Israel. And Jamaica and Israel don't have any bilateral trade agreement. And he has not brought back any manufacturing industry to Jamaica. So you wonder what was the visit for?
Well,
But you look, you see another criminal beside him like Lee Chin. So you know that was some skullduggery mission they went on. My personal belief that Andrew Holness went to Israel to finally accomplish the blueprint as it relates to dictatorship.
all right.
Because that's what is in Israel. That's how Israel operates. So, you know, him just brought along Lee Chin to make it look like it's a business venture they went on. Because Lee Chin could never explain what was the business trip that they said they went on. I hear him talking about selling Jamaica to foreigners as the best place. Where would you want to be? You choose Jamaica. No one would choose Jamaica. As
Exactly.
Byron rightly point out, the corruption index shows below the benchmark of 50.
Yeah.
So there's no way. That was the mission. The mission was all about finalizing the blueprint to move forward into the dictatorial era of Andrew Holness. Because not long after that, we start to hear about the Constitution and the Republic. Dream and adventure that they want to go on. Now a country like Jamaica, we have the Commonwealth as a, you know,
Yes.
backup when it comes to disaster. Because Commonwealth country look after Commonwealth country. And we have some major Commonwealth country. Australia, New Zealand, England, India. List goes on.
All right.
Most of the African nations are Commonwealth.
Yes.
So why would you want to move away from the umbrella that the Commonwealth have?
Oh, he's frozen.
Okay. It seems like melting
Sir,
pot.
can I say one more last thing? Can I get 60 more seconds?
Go ahead, Pastor Ricky.
Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Yeah, I meant to say this earlier, but in order for a leader to become a dictator, here's the steps. Number one, him first have to censor the media, the news outlets, which is already happening in Jamaica. The next phase is that him have to control the armed forces, which include the military and the police. Get them under him control for don't investigate criminalities or corruptions or crimes.
Yeah, I already done that.
Which is already happening because you know say Mocha handcuff or kick off them door or nothing or seat up. And then the last step to becoming a dictator is that they have to control the judiciary. Unfortunately for him, the judiciary is a buffer between his advancement to become a dictator. And so as you see so many cases that he has lost because he took it to the court thinking that the court was going to favor him and was rebuffed or rebuked by the court. So with this new constitution that they're working on, they can take leverage away from the judiciary. And then that's when Jamaica will become a full-fledged dictator country. So that's the last step for them, Jamaica, to become a dictator country, is to control the judiciary. So we have to pray for the judiciary. Thanks.
Yeah. But I like how you touch on, you know, controlling the police force and the army. Because even in the appointment of the previous commissioner of police, Ugugaga Anderson, he was a military man.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, a prime minister don't supposed to be the one where I select the commissioner for the country, you know. He not have that power. Yes. You understand?
All right.
So when you look on that and then you see him take Rocky Mead from the army as well and bring him come close round him.
He's preparing himself. He's preparing.
That alone show you say him a move down the road of dictatorship.
Not too about that. Not too about that. He's preparing.
The court is blocking him right now.
Yeah.
All right. So just, when you look on even the role where Fitzbailey played as the acting commissioner in charge of crime, nothing was solved under that acting commissioner. So everything that was done in order to keep Andrew Holness flowing sweet. Yeah. Because the amount of cocaine that come into Jamaica over the last year, nobody has been arrested and charged for any of these cocaine.
Exactly.
And Fitzbailey come out and say to us that, you know, him have names and within 2 week time, people are get arrested and, you know, not like that. Everything go through the window. So we were a society that were being tricked by a government in office. Used and refused and abused by a government in office. That's all Andrew Holness has been doing. Andrew Holness has not done one good thing in Jamaican life over the last 9 years that I'm in office. I can't see one that I can make mention of.
Well, we should right. You're totally right.
Because just remember, you know, Andrew Holness go as far as even introducing car seat for 12-year-old, you know, up to the age of 12, you know.
Yes.
And that was a panty scheme with one of them cronies.
Exactly.
Who was gonna be the sole importer of the car seat.
All right. But we want to leave some of them bullets there for later. We don't want you to unleash too much bullets. Worry about for later. Melting pot. Because the program long enough, right? I want to pass too far.
A bullet for fire, man.
All right, cool.
Bullet.
Unique Ray, right, said he's sending out a question to the panel, to the chat, as a matter of fact. Mystic Sensation, open question to the panel. Okay, to the panel. Why is it that Jamaican overseas workers send their money in account and in Jamaica, and you can't pull your own money without asking what you're doing with it? But Andrew, what the next part said, but Andrew Holness could withdraw so much millions without questioning, no red flag. Well, definitely. I mean, this is a question as it relates to when we talk about, and I love that question that he's asking. So I am going to respond to that question. This is what we look on as it relates to what we call, right, a major organized crime. A major organized crime. And let me strengthen unique one with that. Major organized crime in the sense where we have seen, based on the Integrity Commission investigation, where $143,000, right, leave from SSL into, right, one of the Prime Minister's 28 accounts at NCB that the Prime Minister 10 days prior opened with $0. So it tells us, right, that NCB, who within the inner workings of NCB, allowing the Prime Minister, right, to use that branch, right, to laundering money, because that is what it is. So then what we are looking on, we are looking on money laundering when you have $470 million, right, going through various accounts and utilizing through 3 of the Prime Minister entity, which is Imperium, State Bridge, and Positive Media, right? This is serious money laundering that we are looking on. Red flags of money laundering, right? And again, major organized crime, because
the banking system allow him to do that. And if the banking system allows him to do that, then the banking system has done something criminal. Right? So this is very serious enough. This is very serious. But now let me say this.
Let me also add something to what the person asked the panel. As it relates to the banking sector in Jamaica right now, the banking sector is a fraud banking sector we have in Jamaica that give the bankers all the powers over the customer. Because when you look at all the various monthly charges that are taken from suffering people who are trying their endeavor best to have an account with something in there for rainy day. But when you go there, it's gone. And I'll tell you the people them in the chat and who is listening out there tonight, that was designed for Andrew Friend from NCB, Mr. Chin. As a banker, Andrew and him cronies them set up that. And you know other bankers follow suit as well because them put it in law. There's nowhere in the world that you save your money that you have to pay the banker to keep your money. That is a fraud, very corrupted fraud against the people in Jamaica, right? But what is so significant about that? The people with these vast amount of money, they don't pay these type of monthly charge. It's only people who don't have anything. So that is an irate robbery, again, coming out of Andrew Holness administration. Because that's one of the reasons why him friend could have buy the super yacht. Him buy it out of the poor Jamaican people. Those $500 that them take monthly, that's what buy the super yacht.
Yes.
And if you notice, him didn't buy the super yacht to keep the super yacht. Him buy it and sell it no time. Because the money cannot be, you know, certified. So them wash it back and then turn it into real money. So it's just a whole criminal activity where Andrew Holness find himself, you know.
Exactly.
And later on, we're going to touch upon some more things, but, you know, I yield back to the panel.
Definitely melting pot. Now, you know, when I look on, as it relates to Andrew Holness administration, right, and the level of cruelty, because I can't say it any better, right? It is what it is, right? Based on the patterns of behavior, right? The Prime Minister take on to himself and realize that, of course, he committed the ultimate sin. He committed sin against the people. And so then the Prime Minister, in his own way, right, tried to confess. But he believed that, okay, take it to the Lord in prayer. Then, of course, right, you know, it's okay. And then he doesn't have to, you know, face the penalty of what he had done. Now, what am I talking about in terms of the level of corruption? You have seen evidence. This is no joke, and let me present it. The Prime Minister tried to shape him way before him coming to the politics, right? We know in terms of the evidence that we have, what is apparently clear, 100% apparently clear, right? Based on evidence, right? This is not hearsay. This is actual evidence. Cannot be disputed. We know that the Prime Minister, right, left university in 1994. And when the Prime Minister departed university, the Prime Minister owed student loan. We know that. That's a fact. That is a fact. We know that between 1994 and 1996, after the Prime Minister exited university, we knew very well, right, that he worked for charity for 2 years. This is factual information. Between the 2 year span, the Prime Minister did not have one business listed. Right?
No, we checked the requisite document. We checked the requisite information. He did not have one listed. So then, of course, it was okay for Peter Phillips, seeing this man, right, put up his hand to be a political representative, 2015, going at it, right, challenging Peter Phillips. Peter Phillips' curiosity as it relates to what Andrew Holness was doing, right? So then when you look in terms of 2016, when we built that big house, and Peter Phillips saw that in 2016, that now becomes, of course, a curiosity to Peter Phillips, right? Where did Andrew Holness get money from to build the big house? What Andrew Holness went? Andrew Holness went on Big Mama Station and tried to justify, tried to lie to the Jamaican people. He came in with $47 million. That's an obvious lie. Jamaican people need to be aware. We are not just here pointing out, right, and telling lies on the Prime Minister. I am saying for those who are defending the Prime Minister, right, both, anyone externally or internally as it relates to Jamaica, right, need to check out what I am saying. Right? Because it was apparently clear as it relates to evidence, 2017, 2016, when the Prime Minister started building big house, in big mansion. Right? That now becomes a target for the political campaign. Right? And here it is today, brought forward to here, that Andrew Holness, prior to 2016, Andrew Holness involved between the period 2007 to 2009. Remember, it is not the platform saying this, This is the Integrity Commission investigation, people. This has nothing to do with the platform or any social media platform saying these things. It is actual evidence as it relates to the Integrity Commission investigation timeline between the period 2007 to 2009 when Andrew Holness had been investigated for what? Being the Minister of Education, right? And of course, the Ministry of Education awarding contract to Gavin. Over $30 million worth in contract to Gavin. And here the Prime Minister, right, doing all of that. Is it a surprise that Rural Reid, the Minister of Education, and when Rural Reid, during the time when Andrew Holness was Minister of Education, Rural Reid was his advisor. So Rural Reid come and do what Andrew Holness had done in 2000, between the period 2007 and 2009. People, go back to the history. What Rural Reid had executed, he had executed as a result of what he had experienced with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness showed Rural Reid the way, the pathway to corruption. Invite Rural Reid to the pathway of corruption. So while Rural Reid was advising him, right, Rural Reid have an understanding of all these issues and how it works under the tutelage of Andrew Holness. So then when Rural Reid come exhibit this, Rural Reid did not exhibit it on his own accord. And that's why they are fighting now to protect Rural Reid also. But more to come tonight, because tonight is living fire. Right? So we are no stupid. We are following the breadcrumbs, Andrew Holness. Let me shout it out to you. We are following the breadcrumbs. And we are taking note of the trail. So then when you come out, right, it has to be a reason why you come out and you want to confess. But who are you confessing to? I am going to play a confession and make the world see it. So let's go, honey. He has to confess because of the level of evil that he had done. The gravity of the crime against the Jamaican people, he must confess. But is that confession is going to give him a get-out card? No, you will not get out. Having a mystic sensation, having a weird lonesome, having a melting pot, having a pastor with you. Oh, you forget me. Having a Andre Stevenson, having an aromatic, having a Jamaican Carlos, having a Jeffrey Tavares, having all of us in social media who are witnessing and taking note, having a Ratigan, having a Maria, right? You can't escape. There's no escape. Because we are taking notes and we are sharing it with the people. Now let the people witness your confession. Here it goes. On this day, oh Lord. Let us move.
That's not a real prayer, man.
Let us go to his confession. He has to confess.
Lies and rumors.
Oops. What's this? Our day?
Here it is.
On this day? Okay. Sorry, guys.
He has to confess to the Jamaican people, but confession alone cannot help him. Confession alone cannot help you, Andrew Holness. What you have done to the Jamaican people is vicious.
It's two of them have on this day, that's why.
This is one.
Okay.
That we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against the children, the youth, and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned.
Take it away. Take
No,
it away,
something
Andrew.
must have touched him when I made that speech, you know. But we're glad to come out and confess.
Well, we are going to show the reasons, right? And it relates to his confession. Now, let me tell you something. What we are performing tonight in this program is what we call an exorcism. Because really and truly, we are expelling the evil in our country. Andrew Holness is 100% pure evil. What Andrew Holness had done is vicious towards the Jamaican people. When you ask the people, let me just remind Andrew Holness this, right? Let me just remind Andrew Holness this. When you ask the Jamaican people to vote for you, and all that you have promising them, all that you have promised them, all of your 100 days, within your first 100 days, nothing that you promise that you have fulfilled. But yet, you were still brave, still bare-faced. My grandmother said, puss, broke milk in the eye. Still bare-faced. That you are going to tell the people, to show you how vicious you are now, Andrew Holness, that when you speak, you don't make promises, you make commitment. Okay. So then if you make commitment, we want you to tell the Jamaican people, what have you done for Jamaican people? What have you done? Now, I want you to listen to the facts in terms of your confession. Because I see at you on board talk.
Okay.
So let us get into, right, true reality with you, Andrew Holness. Let us get into the reality with you.
Let's answer the question.
A continuing theme, particularly in developing countries that are struggling with poverty, with lack of access to healthcare and education. There is the one big criminal, Judas Coke, if I have the name correct. Yes. Yeah, captured by the U.S. Many thought that he was supported by Jamaican government. So where do you start to sort of unravel the ball of corruption?
The Jamaican state has to acknowledge that corruption is a problem. The Jamaican electorate has to acknowledge that in the consideration of when you elect your government, that you have to elect governments and people who are beyond reproach or integrous. Obviously, the challenge with corruption in many respects is that some people do benefit, and it has political links sometimes.
What was your experience?
My experience in government is that we tried, and I believe that the governments have been trying to grapple seriously with corruption, certainly in terms of putting in place the legislation and in terms of now developing the ability within our police force, our security forces, to gather intelligence, track, and prosecute. As if we're not doing anything. But I believe we need to do more, and we need to make it a truly political issue where the electorate holds the government to account for management.
Let me turn the corner a little bit.
As it relates to allegations of corruption, this government, relative to the previous government, has far less instances or suggestions of corruption. I had the opportunity to go through the history of the previous government, but none of them can we say that the government has taken deliberate and instrumental action to show transparency and to show that while corruption may exist, as it exists all around the world, in all countries of the world, but to date, we have been the only government to allow transparent analysis of what has happened and to take action where action is necessary to the people. Mother of our lady, stand up and talk about how she is going to protect the children of this nation. 18 babies have died. She don't need to pass the law. She don't need to lock up anybody to demonstrate her real care and concern for the children of this nation. All she needs to do is to fire the Minister of Health. In any other country with a prime minister that had any decency or dignity or understanding of her job, she would have fired that minister long ago.
No, my people.
You have to fire a minister then.
No.
No.
When you listen to all these things, when you really listen to this man, I am wondering to myself, and I know that the panel is wondering, right? With all these promises that he's coming out with now, to fix the road, to do this and to do that. This man, right, doesn't have the ability, the capacity, the range, no moral order to speak the truth. This man is a diabolical liar. He's a deceiver. Now, when you hear him, unbelievable, despicable, we are not going to allow him to escape. We are not going to allow him to escape. Now, before I bring in the panel, because I know that Pastor Ricky will want to talk. Melting Club will want to keep it on. But hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brothers. Because what I want to open
him up as it relates to the level of corruption. Here is Andrew Holness, speaking power. But I want Jamaican people to listen keenly to what Andrew Holness said. This is what he said. When you are electing a government, let me repeat that. People, listen. When you are electing a government, let me paraphrase him. You have to elect people beyond reproach. Okay. Okay. This is what comes out of the mouth of Andrew Holness. So let me ask the question. Let us follow the instruction of Andrew Holness, my electorate. I'm speaking directly to the electorate. Now, Mark Golding, we are now comparing Mark Golding's statutory declaration for 2021, 2022, 2023, and prior. All have been submitted and verified, certified by the Integrity Commission as it relates to their investigation and their understanding that everything that Mark Golding had submitted is true and correct and good. Let's talk about the Prime Minister, right, who went on the, what we call the propaganda pulpit, right? So clearly, the hypocrite he is, the conniver he is, the three-card man he is, the political con artist. He's not going to get away. Not going to get away with this. His statutory declaration for 2021, 2022, 2023 cannot be certified. And the wickedest thing that this man has done, let me tell you the evil that this man has done. This man has executed, right? Section 53, subsection 3, muzzle, that is the muzzle clause, muzzle the Integrity Commission investigators, saying that they cannot speak on an ongoing investigation, giving him Andrew Holness the room to speak, to say that he doesn't understand why the Integrity Commission cannot certify, right, his statutory declaration. No, telling lies on the Integrity Commission investigators, knowing to the fact that the Integrity Commission investigators asking him, giving him 3 years. 3 years, my people, to bring the requisite document to show how he comes by his wealth. And Andrew Holness lacking the ability to do that. Because why he cannot do that? Because simply illicit enrichment. Simple. Simple people. Jamaican people. Simple. Illicit enrichment. So then, he cannot justify his wealth as it relates to his income, assets, and liabilities. So then, the ICE have a problem with that. And the ICE cannot certify that. As it relates to Mark Golding, income, assets, and liability, that been submitted, that has been certified. And guess what? For years, Mark Golding have been submitted on time. Know that, people, on time, and his submission, right, has been certified and verified. So based on the Prime Minister's own words, that he told us tonight, you have to, as it relates to the electorate, I'm speaking to you, to elect someone beyond reproach.
let me show the people the evidence. Okay, big up Antigen, people. Remember, you know, Antigen is somebody who blaze a fire. They want to support Antigen, right?
Yeah.
And also
Bodo, support Bodo, right? These are people who are carrying the message, right? Make sure you go over to them channel, right? Endorse them, please endorse them. You understand? Because these are people who take the time out of their busy schedule, right? And then they are doing the work, right? Not only Mystic Sensation doing the work, right? The Andre Stevenson, the Lonesome, the Aromatic, the Jamaican Carlos, the you know it, right? For Anissa Bell Rose, I'm a friend, man. Anissa Bell Rose, we're good like that. Anissa Bell Rose and At Off the Press, right?
At Off the
and
Talk Your Mind.
Hot Topic, Talk Your Mind. Yes, they are all carrying out the message. We endorse all of them. Now, let me say this as it relates to the culpability, the level of culpability of this Jamaica Labour Party administration, and without any doubt, with level of confidence that I am going to trust forward to call this administration a kleptocratic organization. Full kleptocracy, worse than a banana republic, as it relates to the level of pilfering done. $3 trillion unaccounted for. I mean, professional people can try to be, be professional, right? And, doing their thing, but you cannot shape it for us, Andrew Holness. You will never be able to have your narrative to shape it for us, right? 10 years of those ministries that have not submitted any appropriation account. Then you tell me, how are you going to be able, right, to justify that? To justify these things that your administration have done under your influence, telling them not to sign the code of conduct. We are not going to allow you to get away. We are not going to allow you to get away. Now, let me show you why we are not going to allow you to get away. Because you have shaped, you have designed, you have strategized, right? You have done all the manner of organization, right, in terms of your pilfering a systemic design, you understand, to bring down the criminal justice system with you, right? And corrupt who you have corrupted. We will know that the DPP hinge on your corruption. The corruption prosecutor hinge on your corruption. But I'm going to bring forward a case tonight. And then I'm going to ask the panel to intervene. And the case that I'm going to bring forward tonight, right? We are talking about literal evidence, documentation, photograph. And you are going to tell me that, okay, you being the arm of our government, having 19 ministries, Andrew Holness, on the year.
No, not 19 in a Byron. Byron are 50.
Have every one of them
50.
Okay. What's every one of them?
Yeah, man. Then talk it.
Martin, but I want to agree with you, but let me just level on with this. Now, there's a reason. There's a fundamental reason, right? Why, of course, you also have PBCJ, the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, under your portfolio. Because, of course, you want to control the narrative. Yeah. So the mainstream media cannot speak out, or social media can speak out, because social media have more liberty. And so then, of course, we can speak because we are not controlled, right, by the naysayers. And so then we can speak freely in this regard. But yet, we speak freely with evidence, right? And we present. So while you have done your prayer, right? You have reason to pray.
You have reason to confess. And so we take that as a confession. So then, let us show the things that not only you along with your wife committed, right, against the Jamaican people. We're asking you as it relates to the justification, right, of your wealth. Simple. So then, your diversion tactics in terms of bad mind and bad mind. Hey, you don't want to hear that. No, Jamaica don't want to hear that. Right? What Jamaica want, what Jamaicans, what critical thinking minds, persons in the panel, persons who subscribe to my channel, persons in the academia, academia, persons who are following us, right, will know that, okay, from our argument, they can deduce based on evidence that been presented. Of course, I have spoken to some of the high technical people, right, in the security business. Of course, like FBI supervisor, right, who we present and ask questions and we get information to guide us in our conversation. We have spoken to, of course, the ambassador, ex-ambassador for Interpol, right, who have guided us into our conversation. So tonight, let me bring forward, bring up Lee's flat, and then we are going to deal with that. This is going to be corruption. So we have to bring it to the people to identify your corruption, right? We are in this space to protect our people. Let us go into Lee's flat. Now, Juliet Holness, sit tight. Sit tight, Juliet. Right? So while you are making it, and of course, you and your husband loving Jamaicans so much, right? And you are in the best interest to protect your Jamaican people, and you're so caring for your Jamaican people. Let's show our Jamaican people how you are busy, right? In terms of you cannot explain your wealth. Having $800 million apartment here. Now, we are going to go into this situation, right? Agency approval, the residential multifamily development of Lot 21A, volume 1262 and 21B, volume 1364, located in Lee's Flat, Forest Hill, Red Hills, Kingston, St. Andrew, Jamaica, received agency approval as follows. Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, the application was granted June 5th, 2019. I want people to follow me now. National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, that is also under the responsibility of the Prime Minister. This is the Prime Minister. His wife is doing Lee's flat. Now, the application was granted May 31, 2019. I mean, after apparent breaches, we are going to get into that amendment. According to the NEPA and KSMC, the current June 2, 2019 and May 31st, 2019 respective approval should be an amendment of a previous approval dated May 31st, 2013. The amendment to the proposed multifamily residential development is in the form of two additional blocks and a basement provision development approval. The proposed multifamily and single family residential development is consists of, let us go through that process, how much what it is consists of and what should be legally there. 6 two-story townhouse block AA, A, B, C, D, and E, consisting of 4 units, right? Each with block C and A containing basement level for entertainment, right? 2 3-story apartment blocks G and F, with block F containing 2 basement level consistent of 2 studio units on each level, 2 studio and 2 one-bedroom units on the first, right to third floor. Block G containing parking at the ground floor level and 2 studio and 2 one-bedroom units on the first and third floor. Total lot area is 10,557.72 square centimeter, 2.60 acres. I want people to pay attention to the 2.60 acres. I'm asking everybody to write that down for me. We don't want to miss the evidence here. We are following the track as it relates to this public court of opinion. So what we want to show the people that the total lot area, right, as it relates to 10,557.72 square meter equivalent in bracket 2.60 acres, and total floor area is 7,554 square meter, 1.86 acres, with guard house, generator room, garbage bag skip, water storage, tank stand support. So now this is the Prime Minister's wife. The Prime Minister's wife. Total lot area, 2.6 area. Let us get into the investigation and the breach. This is worse than Estate Bridge. So Juliet Holness, Mystic Sensation is telling you, ma'am, Mystic Sensation is telling you, madam, sit tight. Sit tight. They are coming at you. Now let us move. As the unit provided, here we see pictorial evidence, right? We're shaped with road access. We see the following units: Unit A, B, C, D, and E. We are going to pay attention to Unit F here on the left as it relates to the diagram outlay. Overview of development property, area view of development. Let us go through this. If you notice on Unit F, we have a septic tank here. But below Unit F, you have other people's property. Right? We have, as it relates to the area that was tested as a limestone area. And where other systems need to put in place over time. The sewage, right, will leak itself onto the other person's property. This is what Juliet Holness' first error, disrespecting the Jamaican people. Never an environmental breach like this. The Prime Minister never itself have a fundamental breach like this. We're going to into more evidence. Matters of concern. Remember, let us get into this, people. I want my people, I'm taking time to go through this. Matters of concern, land use and infrastructure, habitable rooms per acre. Matters of concern. Remember, we talk about habitable rooms per acre, total acreage 2.6, that I asked my people to write down based on the regulation and the principle. Applicable regulation 30 habitable rooms acre. Expected for regulatory compliance is what? 28 habitable rooms as it relates to the 2.6 acres. I want people to understand this. I'm going to break it down for them in terms of their understanding. So then we are talking about 2.6 acres. We are talking about what's supposed to be on 2.6 acres, 78 habitable space. Now the Prime Minister's wife, right? Big and bold, because she's the Prime Minister's wife. She don't respect no form of authority with the KMSC. The corruption of KMSC as it relates to Williams, Donovan Williams' brother, who was the KSMNC mayor. What is his name?
Delroy Williams.
Right.
Delroy Williams. Not Leroy. Delroy Williams. Delroy Williams allowed this breach. Now Delroy Williams are coming at you. You were in charge at the time. You were the mayor. And here it is, expected for regulatory compliance. However, what the agency had done, the agency approval of record is for 95 habitable rooms, where she has a 2.6 acre, let us point out that. And the 2.6 acres expected for regulatory compliance, but the agency approval of record 95 habitable rooms. Now, Juliet Holness did not stop there. She big and bold because of the corruption, the major organized crime, the syndicate of them and those, Delroy Williams, Donovan Williams, who's a secretary in Estate Bridge, a secretary in Imperium, a secretary in Positive Media. Am I lying? That is the IC investigation reporting. Now look at the indicative breach. Actual habitable rooms in excess of 120 rooms. Today, as we speak, my people, we haven't seen any bulldozer proceeding in that area to lick down these places, to lick down and remove those rooms. As we speak, take it away, let me talk to the panel. Because me know say the panel will want to burn them. Now you talk to me. Let me talk to you, panel. Investigation is here. And they're highlighting the corruption. And so then, let me ask you, Pastor Ricky, do you think that Andrew Holness' prayer was justified as it relates to the level of corruption that he had done? Take it away, Pastor Ricky, and tell us.
Listen, the God in whom we serve is God is righteous, holy, true, and just. And God doesn't compromise his standards, values, or principles, or his word. So the Prime Minister had, these people are criminals, but they're not smart criminals. So somebody wrote this prayer for him and put it on a piece of paper. And in his PR stunt to get sympathy and empathy, I guess, from sometimes church people can be so gullible, easily fooled. So reading a prayer from a piece of paper doesn't mean it's coming from the heart. And when we pray from the heart because we have a personal relationship with God. And to set up himself to me in his exhibition prayer or confession, those are exhibits that's going to be held against him in his criminal trial, because he's confessing to some things like, the people of Jamaica that they sin against. Those are incarcerated. I mean, how many innocent youths have been locked up, with the corrupt DPP and him and the corrupt justice minister. And then he's confessing and sins for the parliament. Listen, people, when we confess sins, we confess our sins individually for ourselves to God, not on the behalf of people. I take prayer requests and I pray for people, but I don't pray for God to forgive them of their sins. I lead them how to pray and ask God themselves how to come into their hearts and forgive them of their sins. So it reveals that he's not a true Christian. He said he's a Christian, but he doesn't have a conscience. So his conscience is dead. When you lie, when you do anything that's sinful nature, your conscience bother you, and you have to get it right so your conscience can stop bothering you. So that wasn't a prayer to God. That only hit the ceiling and didn't go any further. It didn't went up to heaven to the Lord. And I can say that with all authority as a licensed ordained pastor and a licensed ordained chaplain as well. Secondly, you know, the video you showed is so powerful with his interview talking about corruption. That's another exhibit that will be held against him in his criminal trial, because he's telling everyone that let's make corruption a political thing and everybody should say something about it. So he gives people, like every one of us who's speaking out against bad governance and corruption, the green light, just as the same way he gave everybody the opportunity to say, well, don't make excuses for the politicians that you vote for. Stop making excuses for them. Hold them accountable. And then he said we should raise our voice in concert against the government if they cannot fight crime, reduce crime, and these things. So he's constantly inviting people to criticize and to make their honest judgment on bad governance and corruption. So every person that speaks out against bad governance and corruption should have a copy of these videos to, you know, give it to their lawyers in case, because they like to try to intimidate people about they're going to file a lawsuit when they're the ones who told us to do what we're doing. And then I was listening to a live last week, and some labor rights was arguing with some People's National Party bloggers, and they were threatening, the labor rights was threatening the People's National Party bloggers. They're like, on the way to come to Jamaica. So, like, really, we are doing the work of the people, for the people, by the people. We have access to information. You see video evidence, document evidence, like we all present weekly on these programs, voice note evidence, picture evidence. These things will be permissible in the court of law because it's the individual that's on these video. It's the individual voice that we're hearing. It's these documents is about the individual. So they're criminals, but they're not smart criminals because they leave a lot of evidence and clues for us to solve cases that the media can't solve. The journalists that are supposed to be investigational journalists to solve. It's just like the prime minister wife, who's the speaker, should not be the speaker of the house. In a true democracy, that never happens in America or England. She went and confessed that if she don't get the apartment, her apartment, which is her baby complex, is a $800 million. You see, they don't realize that they're being scrutinized by every word that comes out of their mouth, not from folks in Jamaica, but people internationally is paying attention. And so they like to run to the cameras and like to give speeches to present themselves in a positive light. But every time they speak, they reveal from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, that they're criminals, they're pathological liars, they're deceivers, and they're not worthy to be called honorable. So her apartment breach, I'm wondering, I've always wondered since I learned about it last year, why is it the Integrity Commission did not go out there and do an investigation? But because she's one of the illicit 8, I'm thinking that that's going to be part of their report on her when they finally release it, because they have to, because her lawful income cannot afford her to have this $800 apartment, because on the statutory declaration form, it asks them to list, each declarant to list your income, asset, and liability for each year. It also asks you to list the spouse's income, assets, liability, and children as well. And so anyone that meets the threshold of 12 million, it used to be what, 3 million? Yeah, 3 million, 12 million, they have to fill out a statutory declaration form each year, including public servants. So they have to be investigating her, but I'm not sure why they haven't released the report yet. She's in big trouble, and her case just called up the other day, but we don't know the final outcome yet of this $800 million apartment. $800 million is almost 1
Almost
billion.
$1 billion. Mhm.
Almost a
That's a
billion.
lot of money. And her income as a member of parliament does not lawfully allow her to afford these assets. Now, they're going to say they have loans. The prime minister, he said he had loans. He had investments, stocks. So we're looking forward to hear all of these excuses to justify their criminality. But listen, they all are guilty of corruption, money laundering. And you know, another phase of money laundering that we don't pay attention to is that when you transfer assets or monies or shares into other family members and friends' name, that's also part of washing the money too. So, you know, we have to be mindful of that. So basically right now, the prime minister has given us so much context. Context matters, as ISAT would say. So much context that he has provided for us to investigate, for us to scrutinize, for us to research. And we are only doing because we love Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party supporters and those politicians, they have betrayed Jamaica. They do not love Jamaica, because if they love Jamaica, what they're doing is stealing from the us and the next generation coming behind us, our children, and grandchildren. And so what one counselor lady said, they sat there for 8 years feeling their craw. And that's another exhibit. These are music to a prosecutor's ears. All of these things, the videos that they're running out, I don't know if, you know, a smart a criminal defense lawyer will tell any client of him or her to keep your mouth shut. Let me do the talking. But it's either their pride or ego, or they believe they're above the law or untouchable, that makes them go out, run to the camera to try to present themselves as somebody good. Last point. If I was a person that people refer to me as a God, I would tell them, stop it. I am not God. I'm mere man. So giving him the title, bro God, got into his heart. So when you hear him at the prayer, praying even for members of parliament, praying for the sick, praying for the unborn, praying for the people of Jamaica, it goes back to all of this embezzlement, funds that they have stolen, that he probably was praying about it because it was on his conscience. If he has a conscience, I don't think he has a conscience. But now that I'm thinking, he know he's guilty, put it that way, of stealing so much money. Out of the $3 trillion, 12.2 billion is unaccounted for, missing or stolen. You know, in English language, we learned that words are synonymous. You have antonyms and synonyms, and then you have words that are synonymous. There are words that have different words but have similar meanings. So it doesn't matter if you said it was unaccounted for, stolen, missing, whatever the terminology you want to use. You don't have any receipt or expenditures to show where the money was spent and what it was spent on. So a lawyer will say, listen, let me do the talking. You keep your mouth shut. Don't go out and say nothing. But they keep running to the microphone, and they don't know that every word they're speaking is being scrutinized. Every single word out of their mouth is being scrutinized. So we have to, the prime minister said that we should make corruption a political thing, so everyone in the electorate can hold them accountable. He just said it on the video you play. So now every blogger, every person, every social media content maker should have that video you played that said that they should make corruption political to the whole entire electorate, so that we can hold them accountable. So there is no excuse for them to say we don't have a right to speak against what they're doing that's wrong. And so, you know, we're gonna hold them accountable. And my last point is, man, I would love to be sitting on the juror at his criminal trial. Amen.
They're not going to select you. All right, before I bring Melton Pot,
not gonna
Before
say
I
I'm
bring,
gonna vote. I just want to sit on the jury, in the jury of his criminal trial.
for that reason, you're not going to be selected. All right. Before I bring in Melting Pot, because I want to give Melting Pot much admonition. I want to say, Pastor Ricky, thank you for that input, solid point. You have made some critical points, right? Real solid. We appreciate that. Now, before I put Melting Pot in the space, right? Now, just imagine people in terms of what I presented as it relates to Juliet Holness, right? Being a legislature, Juliet Holness as a legislature, right? Being a member of parliament and knowing the right and still breaching is to show you the level of indisciplineness, the level of culpability, the level of corruption, right? And the dictatorship principle and the booty business, Batman government. Because look what Andrew Holness have done in this. And that's why I want to play this before Melting Pot come in this space. Without any delay on it, play that clip. Look what Andrew Holness did. Which one? Right? Because this doesn't have to do anything with this has to do with poor people. So he can manipulate poor people. But when it comes to him, and when it comes to his wife, right, it's a different laws that govern him. Look on this particular issue. Yeah.
This evening, there was high drama in a section of Bernard Lodge and Catherine today as demolition crews began the removal of illegal structures in the area.
Under the watchful eyes of the police and military, persons to whom the houses belonged stood helpless. Their reactions in just a moment, but first, Jamila Maitland reports on how the demolition exercise unfolded.
It was the whirring sound of a helicopter hovering over the Clifton community, a section of Bernard Lodge in St. Catherine, that awoke many residents early Thursday morning. Outside, an armored tanker, soldiers, a SWAT vehicle, police with high-powered weapons, and not too far behind them, excavators and men carrying sledgehammers charging towards them to demolish homes.
Police and soldiers, we pick them to school, them lock down the community.
The lands are owned by the Sugar Company Holdings of Jamaica SCJ. Prime Minister Andrew Holness announced that criminals have been selling different plots to citizens.
Tomorrow, the government will act to demolish those structures. That have been illegally erected.
About 30 houses have been tagged for demolition. Member of Parliament Fitz Jackson was among the crowd.
That kind of activity is not anything that I would condone. Persons who approach me and say that they have bought lands, and one and two persons, I ask them from whom, they can't tell me or afraid to tell me who they paid money to.
The structures in question have been built on lands earmarked for agriculture as part of the Bernard Lodge Master Development Plan. But houses with roofs on it cannot be destroyed, as it's a breach of the humanitarian law.
If you're going to save the roof, you can have dialogue. We are human. You can have dialogue with the remaining person. The same measures that we take for the person who house have on a roof, it's the same thing can take. That's what we are saying.
But let me no, and
Residents looked on in disbelief as the structures were being taken apart under the watchful guard of the security forces, others holding their possession letters signed by the SCJ back in 2016. Sharia Anderson is among the 350 homeowners who lived in the approved section of Clifton and is awaiting her title. But she explains feeling empathetic for the others.
I am so sad for the other people them that places licking down the foundation.
I've been given letters of possession some years ago. The place have been subsequently surveyed, lotted, allowing for adequate access and infrastructure, roads, etc. in it, and lot numbers assigned and persons given their respective lots, and hence the titling.
Only 11 houses were destroyed on Thursday. The demolition exercise is expected to continue through to the weekend. Jamila Maitland, TVJ News.
So melting pot.
Yes, my brother.
Let us argue this, because you are going to juggle along with this. Here, Juliet Holness has a clear breach. 2.6 acres, right, as it relates to 76, right, that she supposed to have, right? The KSMC approved 95. She went beyond the 95 rooms and have 120. So nothing but tell me, we are not seeing any police and no helicopter going to Lee's flat.
No, we don't see anything like that.
Please proceed.
No, let me just highlight Andrew Holness as an individual. Ever since him coming to politics, him have a checkered career. You understand? And he has brought the checkered career forward in such a way that he become a destructive element to the people in Jamaica. As you see on the video just now, destroying people's homes. And, you know, making it seem as if he's unaware of who was selling the land. But subsequent revelation proved that Andrew Holness knew all about the land and the sale of the land and who was selling the land. Because it was Ward Brown who sold these people the land. And Ward Brown is affiliated to Andrew Holness. You understand? So Andrew Holness have a connection to the sale of the land, know everything, all the full intricacy of how the land sale went through. But what we see once again with Andrew Holness, he's a con artist. What Andrew Holness do is con the people who don't have a roof on them structure and knock that down and confiscate that money, because those people don't get back those money that they pay for the land. Ward Brown becomes like Royal Reed, accused of, you know, something wrong, but not being charged. So what we are looking at is a systematic style of governance from Andrew Holness, where, as I said previously, corruption surrounds him every step of the way. Because the same way these people, houses were demolished, you know. Juliet Holness housing project, lease flats, those that she built in excess should get demolished. No two ways about it. But when you look for Andrew Holness now, my perception view of Andrew Holness in church, trying to, you know, come up with a prayer that somebody write for him. The Seventh-day Church should never allow Andrew Holness, supposed as even a member of the organization. Because by now they should know that Andrew Holness is a fully fledged criminal. Andrew Holness has been involved in the biggest financial discrepancy in a Jamaica history as it relates to SSL. The seismic amount of money. We have never seen anything like that in Jamaica history, in the financial sector. And Andrew Holness have deep affiliation with the director for SSL, Hugh Croskery. But going even further back from that now, as we know that SSL is the birth child of Eagle Merchant Bank that was operated by Paul Chen Young and Associate, who was one of the associates, Hugh Croskery. I don't have enough to name the rest. I'm just highlighting Hugh Croskery. Now, in the case of SSL coming into existence with the same Hugh Croskery name popping up, I know Andrew Holness know all about the performance at Eagle Merchant Bank under Paul Chen Young and Hugh Croskery, and should have not gone into any business affiliation with Hugh Croskery, if he was a clean prime minister. But because he's a corrupted prime minister, him joined forces with Ukraine. Now, subsequent information now that we are seeing emerging is that SSL also transfer shares to First Rock. Now we hear also that Andrew Holness told one of his parliamentarians to hand over 3 million US, which amounts to 450 million Jamaican dollars from AAJ to First Rock. And who was the chairman? Bruce Golding. So when you look at what is happening in the whole financial sector, you see Andrew name keep coming up. Wherever the dot is, Andrew Holness is have a footprint there. Because Agintai, you know, Bobby Montague say Andrew Holness tell him to put the 3 million US from AAJ into First Rock and leave him to take the blame. Okay? We see where SSL transfer shares into First Rock. We know that Andrew Holness get money from SSL. Because we see it, the transaction. And so far, when the collapse of SSL, only Andrew Holness survived from that scandalous collapse of SSL. Because Andrew Holness was privy to what was going on. Because SSL just didn't crash on its own. The demise of SSL was carefully planned and orchestrated by all who is running SSL. They did it with Eagle Merchant Bank. So it's the same procedure with SSL because they have already moved on some of the stock to First Rock. Now we are hearing that First Rock is in a crisis as well. So this is a continuous pattern with these people. Because remember, you know, Adli Shah was a part of it, you know, as well, you know. Dan Crawford was a part of the scheme as well. You understand? And these players are affiliated around Andrew Holness. And remember, you Krasky label Andrew Holness as Prince Andrews.
There you go.
So obviously, he's getting some great help and reward from Andrew Holness to anoint him as a prince. You understand? So the whole Ponzi scheme where Andrew Holness are run in a Jamaica is pure corruption. And Juliet catch the bug. That's why Andrew Holness have the 50 agency in our office, you know. NEPA is one of them. Now NEPA control everything up a lease flat as it relates to the planning permission and, you know, what goes on, approval and everything like that. So I don't know what driven Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness to this, you know, eager to be the wealthiest couple in the Caribbean. But whatever it is, I know the day going to come when I'm have to pay back the price. Because anything that you achieve through criminality, justice have to prevail. So I'm looking for justice now. And I'm waiting to see the Demolition Act carry out up a lease flat, because that is a big breach. It's bigger than Estate Bridge. Because after originally being awarded planning permission for 76 apartment. She went and did a resubmission and they put it up to 95. But she go beyond the 95 and constructed 120. And at the same time, remember the 2.6 acre of land, you know, was the original plan for those 76 apartments. Now this acreage have gone up to around about 4 point something acres based on the amount of apartment that is erected on the property. What is also fundamental is the sewage waste disposal. Because by breaching the planning permission, where the sewage pit was supposed to be erected, it couldn't be erected there. So where it is now is a problem. Because not too far down the line, when that project fully completed and occupied, people below will be affected by the smell of that sewage because it soaks all the way down to them. If the lady that sold her the land is having problem with Juliet because Juliet want to use land that were not sold to her for driveway access. So what we are looking at is a couple that has become so entrenched in corruption that we are now seeing the arrogance side of the corruption, the danship, the super couple who have no regard for any line of the country, who just think that they are so powerful, so rich and so dominant that they can break any law and get away with it. Because in the head of Juliet Holness, her husband as the prime minister have everything locked. That's how they're working. They know they have all the agents, they have the police, they have everybody working for them. It's a dynasty that's filled with corruption and evil mind and evil, intention. So this is why Andrew Holness have to take the beating from all the platform, because everybody is fed up with Andrew Holness. We're fed up with Juliet Holness because we don't see under normal circumstance why these people become so filthy rich in such a short space of time. We know that the salary that they have, that is genuinely theirs, that they work for, cannot give them these type of lifestyle, cannot propel them to these level of investment. So we are seeing clearly that there is deep corruption at the forefront of all of their business project. So we are looking at money laundering scheme, because that 3 million US equivalent to 450 million Jamaican dollar from AAJ has not returned. So that money Andrew Holness used Agintai to put that money into First Rock. Jamaica AAJ has not got back the money. So we want Andrew Holness to come make we know what happened to that 450 million. That is a question that is on the tip of my lip right now for him come answer to. Because I see need for investigate him on that. That is a vast amount of money. And we see the affiliation with all the GLP members, Bruce Golding, Andrew Holness, Agintai. You understand? It's a dynasty of criminal activity from these elected members of parliament. And they should be accountable, as Andrew Holness rightfully said in his PR. So we're not going to let him go. When you look at the amount of money that even the same Bobby Montague cannot account for as it relates to the bushing and the car for the police them. Where is that money? Why is the Prime Minister silent? If you are the leader of your country and you want your country to go forward and you run your country good, when you say act of misappropriation use of the public fund, every citizen expect him to come out and speak on it. But Andrew Wall is silent because Andrew Wallace know the whole rigmarole that is going on because he had the organization. Everybody follow suit. That's why now that the corruption he turn on upon him, you see all of the members them I run out and I give them one opinion. And I say all manner of evil like people wicked against Andrew Holness. Because all of them are tainted with the corruption stain. There's no two ways about that. So Andrew Holness, Juliet Holness, we the Jamaican electorate vote for you people as parliamentarian to carry out the work of the country. Instead, they are carrying out development projects. Andrew Holness enter into politics, not having a CV related to him being a businessman. The same likewise for Juliet Holness. But I think they would have been wise enough to know that as parliamentarian, you cannot use your office alongside your own business perspective.
Exactly.
Because right there is a breach. That is nepotism.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat. Because all the various contracts, for sure, them are awarded to themselves. Yeah? Because remember, I know, Andrew Holness, as Minister of Education, him award $30 million contract to Gavin. What was that contract for? And who did preside over that awarding of the contract to Gavin? Did any other, contractee was a part of the process of the awarding of that contract?
And
no.
The permanent secretary, Melting Pot, should have held accountable for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No other bidders.
No other bidder was involved. So that's nepotism, cronyism right away. That's me doing a favor for you. For you do a favor for me in return. That's how Andrew work. That's the same thing catch Royal Reid. Royal Reid was privy to what Andrew Holness was doing when he was Andrew Holness' advisor.
Exactly.
And then because Andrew knew that Royal Reid knew everything what was going on, he appointed him fully into the politics and then make him into education minister, the minister for education. And take him from Jamaica College. At the time he was principal there. Fast track him into politics and put him exactly back in the Ministry of Education.
Where you wanted him.
Exactly where he wanted him.
Yeah.
Now what Royal Reid did, Royal Reid take 55 million for himself. You understand?
Because him knows that Andrew attack.
Him know Andrew him do the same thing. Him take 55 million. And look what him do. Same thing like what Andrew Holness do. Him try to launder it through other people name using the helper. You understand? To go and open an account.
Crazy.
That's laundering, same here.
Yeah.
Now, you as a reputable man of such stature as Minister of Education, and you have a helper with just an ordinary person working for you, why would you ask that person to open an account in her name? But it's to safeguard your millions that you steal. That is hiding the trace of the money. It's your money, but you want the the tracing of the money for people to focus on somebody else. So what happened? The police then went for this helper. She have to declare her hand. Them also went for the driver. The driver have to declare him hand. But since then, what happened? We see them carry out a shambolic early morning raid and property. Them say them spend 7 hours there, confiscate laptop and computer. But since this man is a free man walking all about the platform, political platform.
It's crazy.
And say never stop support them. You understand? No, we can't look on those type of events in the country and credit Andrew Holness as a good leader. Andrew Holness, we have to discredit you. You're the worst thing ever happened to Jamaica. No other prime minister have taken Jamaica down that slippery slope. You have corrupted Jamaica till corruption now becomes the norm in Jamaica. Everybody practically who have power use the power now to facilitate a form of corruption around them. Which the policemen are do it with the motorists. You understand? Them do it with business people as a form of extortionist. So them business people for pay them for protection. Good? So this thing gone out of control. And we have to rein it in back. And the only way we can get back that under control, we have to move the corruption master, Andrew Holness. Once we move Andrew Holness, we can start clean back the stream.
Exactly.
You know? And some tributaries where we cut them off too.
Yes.
Because I think Jamaica have too much tributaries that carry some filthy water. We don't need them. You understand? Yeah, we don't need them. And one of the tributaries is the DPP, Paula Llewellyn. Very corrupted, very dishonored, very, you know, bad for the country. The worst DPP. And what is so significant, she's a woman. You don't expect that from her. You expect her to use her office in a more professional manner. You understand? But she's there running out the clock to save these criminal Barabbas. But that can't work this time, Paula. Paula, you have to understand, say, Mystic Sensation, Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot, Wayne Lonesome, Rattigan, and the list goes on and on. Sister Mary, all the way, I watch you. All the way watching every step you make, and we are listening every word that come from your mouth.
Better believe.
Because we're not going to give you the reign that you think you have in the office of the DPP. Because we already know what is your agenda. We know why Andrew Holness bring you back. And you should be aware of the fact that one day you're going to pay for your mistake. Even though you're a DPP, you're not bigger than the law. And when the right people are in charge of this country, you will have to answer to the irregularities that you carry out from the DPP office. So I'm just asking the Integrity Commission, just, you know, take an afternoon stroll and go up a Lee's flat. And just go look where I'm going up there.
That's why we are doing this.
Yeah, up there.
So we also giving the information to Swebe, Mayor Swebe.
Yes.
Mayor Swebe, right, need to go to Lee's flat and look. That need to go under investigation if it is not yet under investigation, because it is possible that they have zoomed in on that already.
Yeah.
Them are gonna have 25 walls for lick out.
More than that. More than that, Pastor Ricky. Not 25 walls, 25 apartment. Remember, you know, She get up to 95, you know. She get an extension from 76 to 95.
Yeah, that's
But
what I meant.
120.
Yeah.
So we have to take down 25
Right.
of them apartment there.
That's what I meant.
And also slap her with a charge as well.
Mhm.
And the soca we pit where I met there, that half a move, so I don't know where she ever put it now.
Yeah.
Don't know where she ever put it now, because when Byron showed the overhead view, you know, where say apartment F, block F is in breach. Black F is in breach. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that was for corruption the Holness family are carry out in Jamaica.
Holy.
And you know, I'm just saying to the Jamaican people, yeah. I mean, I talk about, you know, the facts say a partisan and a politics. Me I talk about patriotism. As Jamaican, we must protect the rights of the country and how the country function. We cannot give the country to a criminal to operate on a daily basis. This criminal is not looking out for any one of you who jump up and go up and bus and put on green Gansy and go vote for him. This man have nothing in place to have a future for any one of you out there, you know. This man is securing a future for the Holness family and the Holness family alone. So all who want to sit down and embrace Andrew Holness and the corruption and because of politics and when you see the wrong in front of you, steering on the eyeball, you still give you no support on the wrong. Because this year coming, 2025, will be the hardest year in our life. Because the country in a recession, the inflation high, nothing now going for Andrew, you know. So Andrew can't help you know. Andrew want help right now for himself. Andrew is a man where I walk and do, I'm afraid of all him shadow right now. You understand? So it's not a man where can do nothing for you. So the quicker you let go of him coattail, it better for you. Because I don't know why you keep hanging on this man coattail when it's messy. Very messy.
All right.
Very, very messy.
Okay.
So it's time to let go Andrew Holness coattail.
There you
It
go.
doesn't smell good. I yield back to the panel.
All right, and there you go, have it melting pot. You understand, hitting out. But again, we are going to get deeper with the situation. We know that to the fact that the Integrity Commission investigators are doing, right, I mean, a lot of work, hard work, getting into the intricacies and revealing what needs to be revealed. The Integrity Commission investigators, right, have been coming under mountain of attack, particularly when it comes to Big Mama station, right? But we know why Big Mama station is like that, because owing $65 million, well, you know, they are working right in accordance in terms of having the government overlook them, continue rob the country's revenue, $65 million, right? And Andrew Holness has not seen fit, right, that the country is losing revenue. And plus, Andrew Holness himself don't like to pay tax. All right. And yet, taxing people and saying that he's not taxing, no new tax. When you have Andrew Holness, right, increasing SCT, special consumption tax, GCT, general consumption tax, and all these things that he has been doing, right? I mean, it's just crazy, it's just wicked, it's just vicious.
And don't forget the tax on the motorists. Don't leave out that one there.
Exactly, and poor road condition. So why are the motorists and, as a matter of fact, general commuters who are paying tax, right? Are they getting service? Are they getting service? No service when you look at the poor road conditions all over Jamaica. And yet, the government is collecting tax. Where is the service that the government is providing for people who are paying tax? That is like fraud to me.
It is a fraud.
Right? Because if you are scamming, and that is scamming.
The government is literally scamming people. Because if I'm paying you for a service and you are not delivering the service, that means you're tricking me out of my money. Why am I to pay the government for a service that I am not receiving? What I want to find out. Let me delve into this a bit. Funny. Right? All commuters who have been paying tax, right, and not getting the service. You have seen people who died as a result of the debt in a patrol. Someone rode a bike, right, and fell off, broke his neck. The government out of school. Right? It is just sickening in terms of this administration, right? Start to have what we call a scamming mentality. And indeed, right, a major organized crime that hinge also on illicit enrichment. We receive millions of dollars, right, running through various accounts, right? The Prime Minister, I just want to ask, I can't even follow it. Why would the Prime Minister need 28 accounts?
To hide them loot. That's a simple reason. To hide them loot.
I mean, with this, the Prime Minister, what people don't recognize, the Prime Minister broke the Guinness Book of Record.
World record gone.
Right?
Yeah.
So the Prime Minister should be listed in the Guinness Book of World Record in terms of having 28 accounts. The first. Definitely. You understand? Business, the first government minister, right?
Our official
minister, so to speak, right? Carrying 28 accounts. And having said that, let us now play somebody who believes that the Prime Minister needs to have 50 accounts.
Well, I did want to come to him, you know. I'm glad you are touching because I have a piece of segment to drop on that the criminal there.
You put him up. So here is, let me speak this before, let me speak it into the win and give it power. So the Prime Minister has 28 accounts, right? Doing all of his hanky-panky. The Jamaica Labour Party administration now is getting a councillor who believe that the Prime Minister should have 50 accounts. So if him believe that the Prime Minister should have 50 accounts, now if him get shown now and people vote for him, how much account he want to have?
Would I have 78, he might have 50 on the 28 and have 78.
Let us put up that people. Let us put up that money. You understand? He believe that the Prime Minister should have about 50 accounts. And yet now seeking political oh my goodness. Boy, trust me. You can't
Andrew Wallace gone to the dog.
You can't make them something here. People, look here. You look here, people. Let me show, let you put in business and put in business out there. Pastor arrested on gun and robbery charges. So he's a criminal. Now, this is not a situation where the person has been charged and found not guilty. This is a situation where the person who is running for councillor has been charged and found guilty for what? Look at the nature of the charges. Look at the nature of the crime. Right? And here you have the Jamaica Labour Party running out about ISAT Buchanan. ISAT Buchanan, right, is a well-established lawyer, quite a distinguished person. You understand? Have a testimony, right, to deliver to the entire Jamaica. And an inspiration to the nation and many youths around the globe. You tell me in terms of this criminalia, pastor, this criminalia who can continues. Not only that he was charged for gun and robbery charges, right? But continue to dwell in his corruption, continue to dwell in his connivingness, his trickery, right? His cunnery. A serial criminal. Serial criminal in the Jamaica Labour Party. You understand? Wanted. You understand? To become a political representative. People who, I mean, you can't even make up this. Let us read this. First arrested on gun and robbery charges. The Manchester police arrested Pastor Rodero. And anywhere you are about you seeking political office, can you imagine? What's that thing that Jamaica come to? It just seems like Andrew Holness administration now normalized criminality.
So true, Brian.
Right?
Yeah, man.
It's plain, it's quite apparent, quite clear that Andrew Holness administration normalized criminality. You have seen that Rimper, who was a pending case, right, in court, right? And Andrew Holness hug up that Rimper. So what it tells you about Andrew Holness? No surprise there. And so then everything that the Integrity Commission investigators are investigating is 110% facts. The Manchester police arrested Pastor Rodero, right, who is now running on a ticket, want to run on a ticket for the Jamaica Labour Party, otherwise called Prophet. Can you imagine? Prophet. These are the first can, you know. First can business, this, you know. While he was preaching at a church on Ward Avenue in Mandeville on Tuesday, August 9th, Mr. Rowe was reportedly charged for illegal possession of firearm and robbery with aggravation in 2008. But hold on there, 2008. But in 2008, the Prime Minister took out ADMAT.
Yeah.
The 2008 joined SSM. What about
And 2008, the DPP come into office.
And 2008, you understand the DPP, you understand in office. What wrong with 2008? Anyway,
something wrong with it. We have to live and search and find, but something wrong with 2008. It's the birth of
that all the corruption. So let us
right.
It's in the Bible. New beginnings. So 2008 was a new beginning for more corruption.
Exactly. I like to put it, Pastor Ricky. New beginning for new corruption. Andrew Holness join ADMAT. Andrew Holness join FSL, right? The demons DPP, Paula Lovelin takes office. And since it's a criminal one here, Mr. Rowe was reportedly charged for illegal possession of firearm and robbery with aggravation in 2008. No wonder why Andrew Holness love himself. And was convicted on both offenses. Paper, I want you to see this. So in Manchester, people who vote for him, who vote for Mr. Rowe, right, is voting for a criminal. And it is, and they are saying anyone who vote for him is saying that they endorse criminality. That is what you are saying. Anyone also vote for the Jamaica Labour Party, they are saying that they endorse criminality. I will not hesitate in saying that Jamaica Labour Party organization, right, administration is a criminal network. Right? Yep. I will not hesitate in no way, shape, or form in saying that the Jamaica Labour Party is a criminal network and so indeed. However,
I second that.
Yes, thank you. However, he appealed his cases and was granted bail. But since then, has not returned to court. No, let me ask a question. Well, so this man is a fleeing felon.
You're not fleeing. right there.
Hold on, as a matter of fact, you're right, honey. This man, hold on. This man is a standing fella. No. So what I want to know now, since we get this, Mr. Rowe was reportedly charged for illegal possession of a firearm and robbery with aggravation in 2008 and was convicted on both offenses, you know. So the case already tried.
Right.
However, he appealed his cases and was granted bail. But since then, as that returned to court, what a bang around this, the Court of Appeal made an order that he be arrested and taken to prison to serve his sentence. So hold this man up on the JLP ticket. Take that off. Now, people, I want to know what are going on in Jamaica. What we got going on in Jamaica to backside?
And the corruption take over Jamaica, man. Because, you know, after falling foul of the law, as it relates to all the various activity they when carry out.
Yeah.
You'd have never think Andrew Holness would have draft a criminal pass that was supposed to be behind bars, you know.
No, don't say that.
Turn him into a political representative.
Hold on. Said correctly. As a result of the patterns of behavior with Andrew Holness, right? You don't surprise.
It not surprise me.
Okay,
I'm pattern that.
I pattern.
Because you see him try to bring back Mama Cow.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. You see him draft his Trek 5. Yeah.
No surprise.
And him draw back for Royal Reid as well.
All right.
And that quiet because Royal Reid up on platform I tell you say him never stop work.
Oh, okay.
You understand? So
No
we understand the man track record is of such that you know it don't cease to amaze nobody now. Everybody know him performance or him work.
Normalize corruption.
Yes, that's what it is. Then when you can say Andrew Holness being anointed by Kevin Smith, okay, wash him down and all type of thing. But when Kevin Smith a practice a corruption, then what I tell you say. But when Kevin Smith, when the corruption heightened to a point where it a go spill out now, what them do with Kevin Smith? Them get rid of him and stage a crash and sacrifice another cop. Sacrifice a young cop, you know, just to stage an accident, but them already killed Kevin Smith. Because not a speck of blood upon the man, but him get a hefty ram from film side by a big vehicle. Mash up the wall at the back, that's the policeman beside him on the other side. Lose him life, but no blood don't come from Kevin Smith. Not a speck of blood upon him, so you know him dead before. Exactly. Because Kevin Smith have so much about them that when him carry out the killing down in church and it reach this crescendo heights now and the whole corruption for go spill out, they have to get rid of him. So we know how Andrew Holness a work long time. Andrew Holness a work as a mafia in Jamaica. Him a work as a con man. Him a work as a corrupted leader. And him operate day to day as a criminal. He move amongst all the criminal elements them. No two ways about it. Because criminal is part of Andrew Holness' DNA. You understand? Just look at the Prime Minister lifestyle. There's nothing about it to recommend him anywhere in the world. He's a married man, but him have a sweetheart from within the parliament. Big scandal. You understand? Yeah, big scandal. Scandal where make the news round for weeks. Have him wife in a parliament look like she don't nobody she have to hang her in shame. While him in there say him are the best baby father for idea. Then him go elsewhere, him say him are the girls and bubble gum. Then him say this voice is for the ladies. You understand? So the man will just lose him marbles and, you know, him all over the shop.
All over the shop.
You understand? Him reckless, man. And we can't have a reckless prime minister around the country. We cannot. So even from that point of view, Labor right, we don't need to change and all this kind of mash up on the party. We not see him sink on the party. We have to tell you that. Vote him out, labor right. Him not good. Remember, you know, him take away all the beach them from you know. Him take away all up to the river, them Duns River over Cayman's Bay and all them places. The man is a grabber.
And the rafting. Take the
rafting gone.
Rafting gone, yeah.
Savars them take away Blue Lagoon there from the people around Portland. This is what all of them are doing now. So if Jamaican people now wise up to what happened to them, then we can't help you then. We are here trying to help you to release yourself from the bondage and the suffering. And out there play like so well then boys, a casual game. This game not casual.
No,
this game is a game, I want to tell you, it is more than the Morant Bay Rebellion. There's no casualty with this game where Andrew Holness a play. We don't know life because remember, you know, some 4 parents fought and gave their life for us to have a free lifestyle that can elevate us to good living.
True.
What Andrew Holness has done brought us back back into time beyond even the abolition of slavery.
Exactly.
Andrew Holness and his friend them have reaped the reward from tourism and have a worker them have pay them $2 an hour and take away the gratuity and all these things. Then are Andrew Holness in favor of Jamaican and a whole? No, could never be.
Exactly.
This man is against everyone in Jamaica if you are not a part of him cliques. No matter even if you even vote for him. Even if you come from Tivoli and you don't know him no business about you. You have to be a Dan. We are work for him party for him even recognize you. The other time Andrew Holness know you have to be one of him cliques. Joshua Michael Manley used that terms from way back in the 70s. And right now, that's what is happening in Jamaican politics today. Cliques.
Our Joshua Manley said the big boys.
Yes. You understand?
All right.
So, Jamaican people, please, me I beg you now. Wake up 2025, man.
Definitely.
2025 are the year of decision in our life, you know. It's going to make or break Jamaica as an island, you know, on the international stage. Because right now, Andrew take all the glamour off of Jamaica name, you know. Jamaica now have no glamour out there anymore. Jamaica was a glamorous destination. Everybody want to come to Jamaica. People are run from Jamaica. Tourism all make video now about Jamaica. Jamaica has become a laughing stock of the entire world, not just the Caribbean. Jamaica now fall below many places in Africa. And Africa is one of the most impoverished continents and underdeveloped continent in the world. But Jamaica now drop way below some of the places them in Africa. Under one nasty government, one nasty prime minister, Andrew Holness. Right. Andrew Holness corrupt everything in our Jamaica politics. Bring him wife as speaker of the house will never happen nowhere else in the world. Put in mic system in a parliament for lack of opposition when they must speak. Walk out for opposition. No respect. And how can the dominant force in the House of Parliament walk out when you have the majority?
All right.
Andrew Holness perform with reckless behavior. Them all even try for burn down God now, man, big mama them. So them thing I make so much bad news and bad publicity for Andrew Holness in 2024. You can't work with him for 2025.
Exactly. All right.
Can't work with him.
Yes, man.
It's out one on my panel.
All right. It's out melting pot. Pastor Ricky, you have anything to say in this space?
Yeah, very quickly. Criminal minds think alike, birds of a feather flock together. And I've always said that the Jamaica Labour Party is a magnet for criminals. And so when you look at so many of them in the former speaker, the current speaker, the prime minister, you know, and so when you look at the level, Royal Reid, his former lawyer, Patrick Bailey, you know, when you look at all of these criminalities that's manifested right before our eyes, and now they draft for a false prophet. You know, as someone sent me a couple of videos of him performing some rituals and speaking into people's life, lying to the people and taking their money. 5,000. I've heard testimonies from people say they never got healed. He promised to heal them. He gave them stuff to drink. It never worked. And so the fact that, you know, the prime minister is associating himself with these people, and this criminal pastor guy who claims he's a pastor, he has to be careful, because when they turn on you, you saw what happened to Kevin Smith. You saw what happened to Reverend Moore. His car went over a cliff, a precipice, and them claims him hung himself. Yet these men were pastors, you know, but they were affiliated, right, with this criminal enterprise in Jamaica. And so when they turn on you, this is the outcome. So right now, I might say, yeah, I enjoy time with them, but he has to be careful that him don't cross them, because in the mafia world, when you cross the boss, you know, him take you out. So finally, you know, when we look at the level of corruption in Jamaica, it's like the people have gotten numb to corruption, because it's like they got used to it. It doesn't affect them anymore. Nobody's protesting. Nobody's standing up and speaking truth to power. When I say nobody, I mean just a small minority of people. But Jamaica is almost 3 million people. The whole island should rise up like the people of Kenya against their party. They try to raise taxes against them, because there's power in numbers. And when the people unite their hearts together peacefully, not to commit crimes or violence, but peacefully, it will get the attention of the government and that get them to change course or direction. But these people are numb to corruption, and it's a crying shame that it's the bloggers that's keeping these stories in the front page. It's the bloggers in Jamaica and in this diaspora, England and Canada and the USA. We are the ones that's out there pushing these stories daily and talking on platforms about them to remind the people of the corrupt and the criminality that they have to live with daily. They got used to it, and it's sad. It's a sad day. It's a dark day when you get used to criminality.
I want to say something in relate to all of that.
Yeah.
You know, and why the people are afraid to demonstrate. Since Andrew Holness come in, you know, Andrew Holness has used the Jamaica Defense Force so often that, you know, people know it's like it militarized the country basically, you know.
Yeah.
With all the state of emergency, the ZOZO,
yeah,
the Risk Management Act and all these things. The soldiers are always constantly out there. And even when him scale back on that, you still have soldiers that patrol with the policemen.
Yeah.
Them.
Why them not go up at Jacob house and garden house for them? Why the ghetto youth them are harass?
Because Andrew Holness does not like poor people. That is a simple fact. If you are not a part of the cliques, the wealth, the 5% wealthy people, and the only time him like if you come from the ghetto, you have to be a Dan, where you know affiliated to film party and film constituency.
I'm talking about the soldiers. Why them not go up at Jamaica house swim and garden house for the rest of criminals them up there? That's what them need to penetrate.
No, but they're not in control. Them now go up there, Pastor Ricky. Remember them work. Them don't work for the Jamaican citizen, you know. Them working for Andrew Holness.
Yeah, let me just inject right here because we want to limit as it relates to the time for Jeopardy to kick in. So we have 2 more clips to run through very fast. So we're going to run through these 2 clips. As we said, as it relates to the DPP, right, situation where the DPP had won her case. We are saying that the opposition need to pursue as it relates to Privy Council. And we are strengthening that situation for the opposition to pursue that. So let us go into that, because that's where we are heading, to keep Paula Llewellyn out of the office, so that Paula Llewellyn, you understand, don't have the chance, right, to corrupt herself. All right, without any delay, lift up this. All right, so because we are telling of course the People's National Party that, you know, we need to make sure make sure that we don't have Paula Llewellyn back into the DPP's office, right? Because we know that the case that she's interested in, and we are talking it out loud and clear, is the SSL case, right? So that is what we are doing.
Okay, that one.
Yes.
Okay.
And that case is such a case, it will open up so much can of worm.
Exactly. So we know that that is the case that she want to get back. She want to get back in the office for, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Today, the Court of Appeal overturned the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court by allowing the government's appeal in respect of all challenge to the constitutional amendment, providing a second extension of the tenure in office of the DPP. While we, of course, respect the Court of Appeal's decision, we take this opportunity to reiterate two of the fundamental concerns that led us to challenge that legislation in court. The government's enactment of constitutional legislation without any consultation with the opposition on a matter concerning a particularly sensitive office, coupled with the unprecedented haste to pass it through Parliament without proper review or any prepared debate, amounted to a pernicious abuse of power inimical to good governance in a constitutional democracy. The government's approach was all the more egregious given the constitutional reform process that was then underway, and that was completely sidestepped by this rushed constitutional change. We await receiving the written reasons for the decision of the Court of Appeal, and we will make a determination as to the next steps once we have had an opportunity to review those reasons. As the opposition, we remain steadfast in our commitment to democratic principles of government, and we will continue to defend the Constitution and the people of Jamaica whenever we feel they are in jeopardy from an abusive use of political.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm.
Well, basically, in one word, right, what Mayor Motley is saying, that we need to stand up, right, against the dictator.
Definitely.
And of course, we are going to pursue, right, the Privy Council. Let us play the final clip and make the GenSec, right, sort of close the curtain for us to, tonight. And then, of course, we go around the room for persons to make their final appeal and then final statement. And then, of course, we get into Jeopardy. Now, without any delay, let us get into the GenSec.
Okay.
All right. Hear what the GenSec have to say. Speaking the truth. Speaking truth to power. Right? And talk it as it is. The GenSec is sharp. The GenSec is alert.
General Secretary, the campaign manager of the campaign, leading the PNP army to victory in the national election. Correct, Chairman. current party leader and Prime Minister in waiting, Comrade Buchanan, and all the comrades who are on the platform, and of course to all of the comrade warriors that are here in your numbers, greetings. Let me also say greetings to those who are watching us and those who are among us who are not yet comrade. We welcome you as well, and we invite you to be among us. I want to start out this evening by saying to you that the People's National Party is going to win the next election, and East Portland Caucus is not going to be in that number. I know that when we come to meeting, people say they want to hear what the PNP is going to do. But as we do little teaching, there must also be some beating, because things are not going well in Jamaica land we love. And so nobody else have to do it. Let me take you up. Because they love sue me already, so they sue me again, I don't know. Jamaica has for a prime minister currently a man that is a liar. He is a liar because he told this country that he was not aware why the Integrity Commission don't certify him, and he told us that him checking our party and nobody was under investigation. And when we got the report and we went to page 17 of the report, it said that the Integrity Commission invited the Prime Minister to a meeting at Jamaica House where they told him that there is the possibility that he has assets that are disproportional to his lawful income. That we call illicit enrichment. If the Prime Minister can come and tell a big lie like that, how can we believe anything else that he said? And where me come from in a country, my granny tell me, say, every lion is a thief, and every thief is a lion. Based on this government, you mustn't blame them for anything walk on, even though they have been in power for 9 years. Everything that is wrong, them say don't blame us. After giving themselves 300% increase in salary, they said don't blame us for the bad roads. After giving themselves 300% after 9 years, they said don't blame us for the high crime. After 9 years and 300%, they said don't blame us for the high cost of living. After 9 years and 300%, they said don't blame us for the education crisis. After 9 long years and 300% increase, they said don't blame us for government corruption. After 9 years and 300% increase, they said don't blame us for high utility bills. After 9 years and 300%, they said don't blame us for the high cost of public transportation. Damian, what? They don't want to take responsibility for anything in the country. I'm very scared saying better than me. Step aside now, because my golden and DPP is ready to take We have a government where Portland that's supposed to farm and people supposed to use agriculture, get out of poverty. It can't work because this government is only giving out permits to their friends to import food items into the country. And when they import it, you still pay the same high prices for the items at the supermarket. The next PNP administration is going to ensure that we put land in the hands of our farmers so they can produce and feed our country. The next PNP administration is going to build farm roads so you can get to your farm and be efficient. The next PNP administration is going to ensure that ROADA can come and help you with land preparation. The time of machete and road become done and time come now for mechanization in your farming. The next PNP administration will ensure that you have irrigation, that you have access to funding so you can go there and farm, that you have access to storage so when you produce your goods and you come in one time you can store it and get value for your hard work. The next PNP administration will transform agriculture in this country. After we go through and select our candidates, we selected a bright young man to represent the people of Portland Eastern. Only to hear them and people start complaining and say all manner of things. If Darrell Vasca in a parliament, ISAT BUCHANAN for in the top. Who them? If can't even call a proper sentence, he can't pronounce land in ruin because the family won't be the parliament with a big top layer, like a prison culture and spirit, people of the activity. We are putting forward a representative that is mysterious, educated, children of your interest abroad and will return to Poland. When we go into the next parliament, we want to have a representative in East Portland who send more than present. Because the current MP were in a parliament, the only time she talk and when they call her name and she said present, we want a representative that will represent for the farmers of this constituency. Hold on. Never go and never bulldog. And no big conqueror. We no afraid of nobody, no boy, no girl, no place, no deal, no real. So tell them, never mess up, no crazy. We don't broken voices.
We're not hearing you, Sir Byron.
Oh, sorry. Yes, here you have it. The GenSec is
Yeah.
blazing on fire, speaking as it is, speaking true to power, right? Call a spade and simply calling it what it is. So I'm just going to use the opportunity right now to close off, and then we get into Jeopardy, right? And we're going to ask, of course, Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky to say their final piece, and then we hand over to Jeopardy. All right, Melting Pot.
Yeah, my final piece, to my people, is just for stand firm and keep the faith. Because great is your reward. It's coming soon. Give Mark Golding and the People's National Party the support they need. Because Mark Golding are the rescuer for Jamaica. And Mark Golding not choose Jamaica, Right now, Jamaica choose Mark Golding.
So true.
Because, if we never have a brilliant mind, individual like Mark Golding, right now, Andrew Holness that control the country, and the country heading into dictatorship.
Under his feet.
Exactly. Trample all over way. Because we say, this man have no love for the people in Jamaica, You understand? Remember the young prime minister who ever sent police to take you from underneath them bed, So when I take a freedom of speech, because that's the only thing the youth they do, or just say something in regards to him.
Exactly.
So that alone, paint the picture of who Andrew Holness is. So people in Jamaica, just bear in mind, say, it will be long, but not forever. Mark Golding is here to deliver power. Power.
Yes.
Power for the people.
Love that. Love it. All right, here you have it. Melting Pot, right, is definitely, right, telling us to make sure we make the right decision, right? We are now in the final stretch, right, getting on to the general election, and we are speaking to the electorate. We are speaking to the undecided, right? We are speaking to those people, right, to make sure that you listen, right, to the social media bloggers who are going out there, taking the time, right, their, time out of their schedule to come and participate, disseminate the information, process the information, and definitely provide facts, right, where you can make now an informed decision. Remember, going to the poll, put the X beside the head. You understand? We don't itch around here. We don't guess around here. We are telling you exactly around here. You put the X beside the head. Pastor Ricky, take us out.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, for another privileged opportunity to share on your platform. Big up all Mystic Sensation viewers, followers, subscribers, you name it. Big up yourself, Melting Pot, once again, my general. Blessings. Yeah. So in closing, big up yourself, Jensek. Great speech, boring holes in the arguments of those ridiculous labor rights who have betrayed Jamaica, don't love Jamaica. They're not patriotic. So great speech. My closing point or argument is that I want to make an appeal to the no Ps, even the disgruntled JLP. There's lots of disgruntled JLP supporters. Listen, everybody, light utility expenses has gone through the roof. Food prices in the supermarket and the market has gone through the roof. The hospital that all of you use is in deplorable conditions. You still have to sit on a chair and wait for hours to see a doctor or to get a bed. All of you are still driving on deplorable roads with sinkhole and manholes. They're not even potholes, they're sinkhole and manhole. So Jamaica is currently in a recession, and we're praying that it doesn't go to a depression because it'd be devastating. Ask yourself the question, are you better off today than you were 9 years ago when there was a change in government? You're all affected one way or the other. Defending criminality is telling me, who doesn't embrace criminality, and others on this platform who does not embrace criminality, that you have no problems with criminality.
Exactly.
That's not the values of the Jamaica that I grew up in. That's not the culture of the Jamaica that I grew up in. That's not even the heritage or the history of the Jamaica that I grew up in. So, to all the disgruntled laborites, all the no peas and the undeciders, there is hope, regardless of all that we've been through for the last 9 years. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. But you have to get involved in the process. You have to go out and get numerated. You have to go out and vote when the general election is called. You have to put your X beside the head for change. This election will be a change election. You're sick and tired of the way things used to be. And you want things to change, not only for you, but for your children and your grandchildren and future generations. Jamaica is on the abyss of slipping over a precipice that if it was not for Comrade Leader Mark Golden, who stood on principles, who stood on values, the Joshua Michael Manley values that he stood up on, Joshua Michael had a choice to make. Either embrace apartheid with the globalists and the rest of the world, either he embraced the United States of their stronghold against Cuba and the people of Cuba and the leader of people. But he said, we will walk on our feet and not crawl on our knees. He stood on principles. He stood on convictions. He was bold and brave when he felt like he was the only one in the world that wasn't gonna, that stood up for Cuba and stood up for the people of South Africa. And so the change that you're going to get is going to be from a man that carried the same passion, the same conviction, the same principle. And I'm saying this because I already endorsed Comrade Leader Mark Golden, because I listened to his speech on education. I listened to his speech and I've read it on agriculture reforms, and Jensek just made references of that. I listened to his speech on crime. I listen to all of his speech. I follow him on all his social media platforms. And so, listen, we need someone right now who have integrity and honesty to take Jamaica in the right direction. 66% of the people says, 58%, excuse me, of the people in the last Don Anderson poll says 58%, that's almost 6 in every 10, that Jamaica is heading in the wrong direction. That's more than the majority. 50% is the majority, but 58% said that Jamaica is heading in the wrong direction. 66% of Jamaicans, that's almost 7 in 10 Jamaicans, says that in the last 5 years, corruption has increased. Jamaica have a major problem with criminality and corruption in government that can destroy the future of Jamaica. You can make that change. You can be that change. You don't have to embrace what is proposing to you or what they're serving you. You can say, no, I don't want to be a part of it. And the way you can do that is make the right, to first become an informed voter. You know, these blogs that you're on, Mystic Sensation, Sir Rattigan, Reason with Rattigan, Father Win Lonesome, all the bloggers. I don't want to call names. I'm gonna get in trouble because there's too many bloggers' names to call. But if you follow these bloggers and follow Comrade Leader Mark Golden on his social media page and platforms, you can become an informed citizen and an informed voter. Once you become an informed voter, your eyes will be open to the truth, to the facts, to the vision for a better Jamaica, a brighter Jamaica, to give you, your children and grandchildren and others a hope and a future in Jamaica. So listen, go out, Put country first. Put your feelings aside. Put your emotions aside. Last point. Ask yourself the question. In 2008, the prime minister, well, in 2007, he became part of the Bruce Golding administration. In 2000, the following year, he established, through his former lawyer, a shell company in St. Lucia called ADMAT. In 2008, he became a part of SSL and became a shareholder in SSL. In 2008, he had bought five properties, including where he on his Beverly Hills mansion that has no mortgage. Ask yourself the question, at the time of 2008, the salary, the lawful salary, let me use the word lawful, the lawful salary that he was making, how could he afford five different properties, including a $300 million mansion with no mortgage? What was his source of income for him to establish those five properties, including an offshore shell company in a foreign country? Listen, God gives us wisdom. If any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives it freely. Use the wisdom of God and ask yourself the question, what is this prime minister? What was the reason for him to have 28 bank accounts? What was the reason for him to put his son's minor children name into these companies and shell companies? These are behaviors of someone that is involved in money laundering. Google money laundering, YouTube money laundering, Google racketeering, Google tax evasion, YouTube tax evasion, YouTube embezzlement and fraud and bank fraud. Even though Beretta wasn't a bank, it was an investment company. The people in SSL lost their money when he was a shareholder. He was the only one that got funds from a withdrawal from SSL. Put all of this together. That's what Sir Byron and Lady Anne Marie and everyone on their platform has been doing week in, week out. Put the puzzle together, look at the big picture, and ask yourself the question, is this what you want for your future, for yourself, and for your children and your grandchildren, and even your neighbors, because you have to love your neighbors as you love yourself. Is this what you want for Jamaica? Ask yourself that question. Nobody's lying on the prime minister. The evidence is overwhelming. The prime minister is a criminal and he should be indicted. He has taken the wealth of Jamaica from the next generation and this generation, and he is enriching in himself. So in closing, you have to make the right decision. This election coming up is the most important election in the history of Jamaica since God framed Jamaica and put it in the Caribbean Sea. Don't miss a great opportunity to be a part of the process. This is not the election to stay home. This is not the election to say, "Me can't bother, me not in it, the whole of them are the same." No, you're getting so much information week in, week out from these platforms. Put the puzzle is right there in front of you. If you still don't know, start putting the pieces that you have learned together and you will get the big picture. Then you will be an informed voter, an informed citizen, and then you can make the right decision. God bless you in Jesus' name.
All right.
Amen.
Here you have it. All right. I want to take the opportunity in saying, Melting Pot, bless yourself. All right.
Yeah,
I
man,
really
respect.
so appreciate to the fact that, came on at a moment notice. Really love it, my brother, in terms of coming out and support. All right, Pastor Ricky, bless up, same thing, right at a moment notice, right, come out and, right, doing the duty, right, for our brothers and sisters. I want to say on behalf of Mystic Sensation, I'm now handing over to YP with Jeopardy. Melting Pot, big up yourself.
Brother.
All right.
Blessing. Yeah, man. Anne-Marie, enough blessing, Anne-Marie. Big up yourself, girl.
Here when it
Yeah,
comes,
man. Pastor Ricky, blessing
respect.
all over same way.
Congratulations
All
on the platform.
Okay, cool.
Bless. All right. Bye-bye.
Jeopardy.
Okay, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate everyone's contribution to making it a engaging discussion. Really appreciate the fact that you're here with us on a Friday night when you could have been somewhere else. So we are going to go into Jeopardy because time is of the essence right now. We are playing for credit. Let me just clear up some of these. So we're playing for credit. It's Jamaican credit. The person with the most points will get 1,000 Jamaican credit to sell or flow. And then the purse will have 5 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. Let me just go ahead and share the template. All right, let me just remove the logo. Again. All right, so these are the categories for tonight in keeping with the season. Christmas songs, Christmas story, Christmas in Jamaica, Christmas singing, and Jesus' family. So the usual throughout a category, the first one I see we will start with, and the person who answers the question correctly will choose the next question, and so forth and so on until the board is empty. Remember, the questions are in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the place or thing, then you answer what is. And if it's the name of a person, then you start with who is. So let's see if we are going to have anyone throwing out a category so we can start. Let me just refresh. If not, we are just going to, oh, this is Christmas story. All right, so Christmas story for how many? You have to say how many points. Whether 100, 200, or 500, you have to put the, okay, so Christmas story for 500. And it's a double point answer to start with, so it's 1,000 points for this answer. Name of the priest who was told he would not die until he saw Christ. Name of the priest who was told he would not die until he saw Christ. Okay. All right, I only see one answer there. Christina, welcome. Happy Friday. And you have to start with who is or what is. Name of a person, it's who is. Place or thing, then it starts with what is. All right, so I'm not going to delay. It's who is Simeon, and that is for 1,000 points. So that 1,000 points is going to Liz. So Liz, choose another category, and for how many points? I don't even know how I write it. So 1,000 points to Liz. Sharon, welcome, welcome. All right, so let's choose the next category and for how many points? Christmas song for 300. This person sings the song All I Want for Christmas Is You. Name the person. Name the singer of All I Want for Christmas Is You.
So who got it?
So Liz, 1,000 points.
Liz, 1,000 points?
Let's see what's going on with the answer. Okay, Truck Life, bless up, Andrew, welcome. Favor Love, welcome. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Mariah Carey. So Mariah Carey sings that song, and that is for 300 points. Let me just refresh and see who first came in with the correct point, because there are several persons who answered. Remember, the spelling counts. All right, so Truck Life, 300 points. And you also came in Favor Love, Liz, G Angel. All right, so Truck Life is continuing with Christmas songs for 500. Finish the lyric. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we have no place to go, finish the lyric. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That's how it ends. As I finish the lyric. So that is for 500 points. And persons have put let it snow, but only once. Even if you had put let it snow times 3, or write it all out. And the person who has all 3 is Truck Life, and that is for 500 points.
500 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trish, bless up. All right, so Truck Life, next category, and for how many points? So it's going songs for 400. Finish the lyric. On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me. What was given by the true love on the first day of Christmas? So on the first, we still knocking the cup on the counter. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is a partridge in a pear tree? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who came in with those 400 points. Trish, 400 points. Partridge in a pear tree.
Trish?
Yeah, other persons also came in with partridge in a pear tree. All right, so Trish, choose the next category, and for how many points? So today's date is December 27th. Okay. Choose the next category, Trish, from the board, and for how many points? Christmas in Jamaica for 300. This cured protein decorated with pineapple slices and or cherries is a delicacy on dinner tables in Jamaica at Christmas time. So this cured protein or meat decorated with pineapple slices and or cherries is a delicacy on dinner tables in Jamaica at Christmas time. What is the protein? Hush, 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 Andrew. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays, and it is what is ham, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up this 300 points because everybody run out with ham. All right. Truck life. And then everybody
300 points?
Yeah, then everybody else followed with ham. All right, so truck life, next category, and for how many points? Remember, guys, you have to put what is before your answer if it's a place or thing, and if it's the name of a person, you start with who is.
And score as it is. Trish on 400 points. Liz, 1,000 points. Truck life on 1,200 points.
Okay. All right. Oops. Sorry. I need to, release the board. So songs for 200. Finish the lyric. I'm dreaming of a dash Christmas. Everybody run out. I'm dreaming of a dash Christmas. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is white. We're dreaming of a white Christmas that is snow. Thank God we didn't have snow on Christmas Day. Snow was on the ground plentiful, but it was what, +2, and it didn't snow. Thank God. All right, so that is for 200 points. So let's see who, the cupboard doors. So let's see who came in with, so truck life, white. So 200 points for truck life, and everybody else came in with white. All right, so truck life, choose the next category, and for how many points? Okay, it's finishing up songs for 100. This song contains this lyric: in a one-horse open sleigh. Name the song. This song contains this lyric: in a one-horse open sleigh. Name the song. Bless up, Tiffany. Happy Friday. Get home safely. Remember spelling count, guys. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's Jingle Bells, the name of the song. So that is for 100 points. Let's see who came in, because a lot of persons have Jingle Bell. It's an S on it. Is it Jingle Bell or Jingle Bells? Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells. 1 sec. Let me just quickly. Oops. Let me just quickly double check. Hold on. Okay, so it's Jingle Bells with the S. All right, so let's see who first came in. So Truck Life.
How much points?
100. And everybody else came with Jingle Bell. You're welcome, Tiffany. All right, choose the next category and for how many points struck life. In heaven's name are they doing? Okay, Christmas in, you know what, let me look on it on this device because I can't see all of it on that. Even seeing it. One sec, let me just refresh this thing. Not seeing it. It looks like Christmas in Jamaica for 500. All right. This event is held annually in many cities and towns across Jamaica on the eve of Christmas. This event is held annually in many cities and towns across Jamaica on the eve of Christmas. So everybody run out on that. Everybody run out. I see everybody saying that the turnout this year was disappointing. Because I guess people are holding the little money that they have tightly in the pockets for the new year. And rightfully so, because the economy is in a crisis. Just sorry for those vendors who didn't really make back the money for their goods that they bought. And I know some take it on credit and pay later. So just unfortunate. All right, so that's for 500, and it is what is Grand Market, and everybody ran out on that, and that's for 500 points. So let's see the first person who responded. Truck Life, may I tell you, so your Wi-Fi flyer.
How much for that?
500. Then Tiffany and everybody else came with Grand Market. So choose the next category and for how many points? 400. Okay. Eggnog is a Christmas tradition in North America and Europe, but this tangy, spicy drink is common in Jamaica at Christmas time. Everybody run out. I'm going to see that eggnog this year. Eggnog is a Christmas tradition in North America and Europe, but this tangy, spicy drink is common in Jamaica at Christmas time. I guess because they have so much peanut punch. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays, and everybody knows the answer. Sorrel. So what is sorrel? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So it started there. So Andrew, for 400 points. This phone working with him now, then Tiffany,
Andrew?
and then everybody else came with sorrel. Yeah. I have to double check the spelling. Yeah. So Andrew. Oh, hush. All right. So what is that? CJ for 200. So it's continuing with Christmas in Jamaica. Other name that Jamaicans call Santa Claus. What is the other name that Jamaicans call Santa Claus? What do we call Santa Claus in Jamaica? Right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Father Christmas, or we say Father Christmas. So Father Christmas is what most Jamaicans, or a lot of Jamaicans refer to Santa Claus as, and that is for 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. Andrew, 200 points. And other persons also came in with for the Christmas. So choose the next category and for how many points. Yes, Tiffany, those who were born like in 70s, 80s coming, we used to do that. Father Christmas. Truck life, really? Oh, Sharon. Everybody in who's participating that you see come answering very quickly, they were in the same boat, but with perseverance and keep going at it. Now they're very quick with typing and getting the response out. Oh, CJ for 100, sorry. You should make the Christmas catch you in this mood, Jamaica. You should make the Christmas catch you in this mood, Jamaica. All right. So what sort of mood should you make the Christmas catch you in? Right, I see the answer, no delays and good mood. Let the Christmas catch you in a good mood. Let the Christmas catch you feeling fine. All right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. So Andrew, he's on a roll and followed by Chocolate.
How much Andrew pick up? 100 points?
100 points. All right, so choose the next category, Andrew, and for how many points? We have 3 categories left.
Score as it is, Trish on 400 points, Andrew 700 points, Liz 1,000 points, Truck Life 2,000 points.
All right, so Christmas story for 400, says Andrew. Name the 3 gifts given to the baby Jesus by the wise men. So what 3 gifts were given by the wise men to baby Jesus? Name the 3. And remember, guys, spelling count. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And that is for 300 points. So the 3 gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. All right, so let's see. It's just, it came with first spelling. So Andrew for 400 points. Sean also got all 3. Tiffany came in with all 3 as well. Sue. Okay, didn't quite finish. All right, so 400 points to Andrew. Story for 300. Mary and Joseph were forced to travel before Jesus' birth to this city to take part in the Roman census. Mary and Joseph were forced to travel before Jesus' birth to this city to take part in the Roman census. And that means they needed to go to be counted in the number of people living in that city. So name the city. Name the city. We're at story. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Known delays. So it's Bethlehem. They had to travel to Bethlehem. And that is for 300 points. All right. So Liz for 300 points. Liz for 300 points. Liz should already be on there. So Liz for 300 points. Then other persons also came in with Bethlehem. So Liz choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, Jesus' family for 500. And it's a double year score. So whoever answers this correctly will get 500 points added to the existing score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. Right? So this man was Jesus' cousin who wore camel skins and ate locusts and honey while living in the desert. Name this person. This man was Jesus' cousin who wore camel skins and ate locusts and honey while living in the desert. Name the person. Where's Ricardo? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is John the Baptist. And you did not have to put Baptist because I didn't ask for any title or anything. I just asked for the name. So if you have John, you're correct. Right? So all right, so Liz, 500 points added to Liz's score, and then double Liz's overall score. And you have Truck Life, and other persons came with John the Baptist. Yeah.
So the score as it is, Trish on 400 points, Andrew 1,100 points, Truck Life 2,000 points, and Liz 3,600 points.
Wow. Okay, let's choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, she's continuing with Jesus' family. For that, you could just, you can just put JF and then for how many instead of typing it all out. So Joseph, Mary, and Jesus went every year to this town for the feast of the Passover. Everybody run out. Joseph, Mary, and Jesus went every year to this town for the feast of the Passover. Everybody run out. Make your Sunday school teachers proud. Remember, it's a place. Oh my goodness, there's so many people all over went to Sunday school for the tuck and the cheese tricks. Come on, people. Make a Sunday school teacher proud. Or a sky juice and cheese tricks. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Jerusalem? So Truck Life for 400 points, and other persons also came in with
Truck Life for 400 points. Short life for 400 points.
All right, so truck life, next category, and for how many points? Oops, sorry. Let me release the board. All right. He says his family for 300. Jesus was this old when his family left Jerusalem without him and found him in the temple. Jesus was this old when his family left Jerusalem without him and found him in the temple. Remember, I'm asking his age. So I'm not asking for a name. So I'm asking the age. Oh, no, Bible, man. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is 12. So he was 12 years old when he was found in the temple. All right, so let's see who picked up those 300 points. Truck life, 300 points. To remember, name of a person is who is, anything else is what is. All right, so truck life is continuing with the family, and this was Joseph's profession. What did Joseph do for a living? This was Joseph's profession. I'm asking about what he did. Right, I see the answer, and it is what is a carpenter. So Joseph was a carpenter, and that is for 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. As usual, let me refresh. Truck life, 200 points, and everybody else came with carpenter. Right, next category for 100, so it's completing the family. Joseph, Mary, and Jesus lived in this town in Judea. Name the town in Judea. So Joseph, Mary, and Jesus lived in this town in Judea. So the town is located in Judea. Okay. What? Just look on this response here. So. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Nazareth. Remember, back in those days when they're referring to people, they call you by your first name and said you're from. So they used to say Jesus of Nazareth or John of wherever the person is from. So Jesus is from Nazareth. All right, and that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. So Liz for 100 points. So Liz, choose the next category and for how many points? Yeah, Andrew. All right. So Christmas Oh, Christmas tinting for 500. Name 2 spices that are commonly used in sorrel drink. 2 spices that are commonly used in sorrel drink. The spices. I know from other Caribbean islands you might put other stuff, but I say Christmas tinting is gonna be specific to Jamaica because I know the one in Barbados. Oh, it's very spicy because there's so many spices that go in it. I used to work with a nurse from Barbados when I was working in Bermuda, and she would make it every year. And oh my God, the amount of spices that went into it. But in Jamaica, we use 2 primary spices. All right, so the answer is ginger and pimento, and that is for 500 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 500 points. Truck Life and Andrew, other persons also came in with ginger and pimento, but we have the clove and stuff, as I said, for different places. They might put other spices in it. Cinnamon, yeah, put cinnamon in it as well. Clove, she put the pimento, she put the ginger. It was chocolate spices. Truck Life, so story for 200. In these 2 New Testament Gospels, we learn about the birth of Jesus. So which 2 New Testament books or Gospels tell you about the birth of Jesus? Name the 2 books. You wrote down the point just now?
Yeah. Cold.
All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, known delays, and it is Matthew and Luke, or Luke and Matthew, whichever way you have it. It's those 2 books, and that is for 200 points. So let's see. Liz for 200 points. And the other persons who also came with Matthew and Luke. So Liz for 200. So Liz, next category, and for how many points? So we're down to 2 categories right now. And both of them are CS. So you can just maybe put, okay, so the one 400. Revelers parade through the streets dressed in colorful masquerade costumes. Revelers parade through the streets dressed in colorful masquerade costumes. Name these revelers. Okay, remember that you have to get the spelling of it correct. Right. I see the answer that I am looking for with the spelling, and it's John Canoe. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Let me just refresh because a lot of persons put John Canoe. Okay. So Truck Life, 400 points. Who's laughing? All right. Welcome, Kimmy. Happy Friday. All right. So next category, and for how many points? Truck Life. Same thing for 300. So it's a double point answer. So that's 600 points. Sing the last line of the first stanza. The Virgin Mary had a baby boy. So the last line of the first stanza. The Virgin Mary had a baby boy. So the first line, the last line, sorry, of the first stanza, the Virgin Mary had a baby boy. So the line that comes after. So the line that comes after that. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and them said that its name was Jesus. I realized that he didn't put it back in the patois, but it's fine in the standard English. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So Liz.
How much?
300. No, sorry, 600. It's double. 600. So Liz got it, Kimmy. All right, so Liz choose the next category and for how many points? Kimmy, hold on. No, you don't have what is, and you don't have they. It's what is, and they said that his name was Jesus. That's how it goes. All right, so CS for 200. Okay, this one. The last opportunity to get Christmas right and finish last minute shopping. Everybody run out. The last opportunity to get Christmas right and finish last minute shopping. Everybody run out. Remember, it's Christmas scenting, so it's pertaining to Jamaica. So the last opportunity to get Christmas right and finish last minute shopping. All right, I see the answer, no delays, and it's again Grand Market. It's just question in a different way. All right, so 200 points. Let's see who. Is the spelling correct? Okay, Andrew for 200 points. Andrew choose the next category and for how many points, and we have other persons with Grand Market as well. So we have 2 categories there that just have 100 each. Scenting for 100. According to singer Carlin Davis, Santa Claus does not visit the. So where did she say Santa Claus doesn't visit in her song? So Carlin Davis sings a Jamaican Christmas song, and she says Santa Claus does not visit this particular place in the song. Where doesn't Santa Claus visit? All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, and it is ghetto. Santa Claus does not go to the ghetto according to the song, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Truck Life, and then everybody else came in with ghetto as well. And finally, we are down to Christmas Story. I'll just reveal the last one.
The last one, huh?
Before the birth of Jesus, Mary was visited by this angel who spoke of her miraculous pregnancy. So name that angel. Everybody run out. Before the birth of Jesus, Mary was visited by this angel who spoke of her miraculous pregnancy. And when a room goes silent, we say pass through. Give a clue. Name the angel. So it's the name of a being or person, being. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, who is Gabriel? So Gabriel is the angel who appeared to Mary and told her of her virgin pregnancy and birth.
Whoa.
All right, so let's see who picked up. And let me get rid of the, okay. So let's see who first, because everybody ran out with Gabriel. All right, so it has to be who is. So Liz, for 100 points. 100 points to Liz. All right, so the scorekeeper is tallying the scores. Congratulations to everybody. Oh boy, hush. So congratulations to everyone who participated, was able to answer. Congratulations to those who made the board, and congratulations to our 5 winners. One person is going to get 1,000 Jamaican dollars credit, while 4 runners up of 500
All right.
credit each Jamaican. Digital flow.
There you go. You have 4 successors. You have Trish with coming in at 400 points, and Andrew, 3rd place, 1,100 points. Short Life, 2nd place, 3,900 points, and of course Liz takes it away with 4,600 points. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Liz. Game well played. You outplayed Short Life.
Yeah, it's the first time Liz played.
I think so. No, I think the one again she went off in the past, but really played right through for tonight. Kimmy is asking a question. Okay, no, we don't do it every night, Kimmy. Just every Friday night. After we have our main discussion, then we go into Jeopardy, and persons can win credit. Yes, congratulations, Liz. I can't believe it. Congratulations. All right, so we're not going to delay because we've gone over 4 hours, and I'm still reeling from coming off nights and only sleeping 3+ hours today. So I'm really tired. I want to go to sleep. So I want to say good night and thank you guys so much for joining and tuning in. It's a Friday. You could have been elsewhere because there's so many things going on a Friday night, and you chose to be with us. Oh, Liz, I need to put the number in so you can message me with the number that you want the credit sent to, and you have to tell me the provider, whether Digicel or Flow, and the number is a WhatsApp number, so you send me a message on WhatsApp. Let me just put the number in for you. 6, 8.
What do you do this?
Okay, let me just double check that, make sure I have it correctly typed, because the brain is slow right now. Yes, with practice and stuff, because everybody you see who is fast, they used to be slow to start with, and then they keep at it until forced to reckon with speed and good speed. Wi-Fi, finger speed, we say Olympic fingers, and alien Wi-Fi, good Wi-Fi connection. All right, so that's the number, Liz. So message me on WhatsApp with the number. It has to be a Jamaican number that you want the credit sent to, and also the provider, whether it's Digicel or Flow, and I will send the credit. Right? So thank you so much again. God said, whoa, I'm a woman wins tonight. On the 2 months roll early in the year, you said I would get a special Christmas come and gone. No, it's next week Friday that we're doing that, because the year is not ended yet. Because remember, it's at the end of the year. We do give the prize to the person who had the most points, the highest points in the year. So it's next week Friday that we're going to do that. So I have everything written in my book. I don't have it on bits of papers like the last time. So everything is nicely documented and in one place. So it will be easy to name the person who had the highest point in 2024. 2024 is not quite done yet. All right. So again, thank you, and safe travel on the gravel, and enjoy the rest of the festive season. And make sure you don't overindulge in any spirits or whatever activities that you're doing. Make sure that you're vigilant and stuff. And well, we'll see you on Tuesday before the new year, so we can say give New Year wishes then. Oh, Andrew's giving respect to Liz. Right, so we can say Happy New Year. Then today is Friday, so tomorrow we have Reason with Ratigan, so tune in. And then you'll have Lonesome several times, I guess, throughout the day. And Sunday you'll have his town hall. And apparently we are going to be on, I think Ratigan is starting at 8 p.m. tomorrow. He'll put out no, that's on Sunday. Sorry, my bad. It's Sunday that he's doing the year in review. And then all the other platforms who are out there spreading the message, please make sure we go and support, because it's all about education and enlightenment, so that informed decision can be made, so that we can put our country in a more positive forward direction, and set up a brighter future for all our children and generations to come. All right, so thank you guys. Really appreciate each and every one. Good night, blessed up, and season's greetings.